Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, Unisa can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. Unisa stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, Unisa is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations in areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. Unisa's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and square kilometer array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion square kilometer array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO Unisa Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology is leading the international research into the nano-delivery of medicine, gender equality, Africa's leading open distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future. Education through open distance e-learning with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. Is as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and square kilometer array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion square kilometer array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology, through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services. The Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO Unisa Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Nanotechnology is leading the international research into the nano-delivery of medicinal drugs, including African homophobic. Africa's leading open distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the path.
Nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, Unisa can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. Unisa stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, Unisa is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology, to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations in areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. Unisa's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and Square Kilometer Array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion Square Kilometer Array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology, through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services. Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. This leading open distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, Unisa can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. Unisa stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, Unisa is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. The African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. Unisa's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and square kilometer array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion square kilometer array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The UNESCO Unisa Africa Chair in Nanoscience and Africa's leading open distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything, Unisa must be celebrated as a pioneer of the distance education model, an enduring gift not only to South Africa, the continent, but to the human civilization in the knowledge arena the world over.
Education is the light in a dark room. It's the spark of a dream, a passport to the future, and the seed of generational change. Through education, we reflect on yesterday and define tomorrow. Rooted in South Africa and the African continent, Unisa can truly claim to be the African university in the service of humanity. Unisa stands at the pinnacle of education through open distance e-learning, with a footprint of students in more than 100 countries worldwide. Since the founding of the university in 1873 as an examining body, we have been a trailblazer. To this end, Unisa is working on the following catalytic niche areas. Marine studies. As a discipline, marine studies covers field-specific studies like marine ecology and biology to policy-related studies like marine spatial planning and coastal economies. Many other areas of marine research and studies are covered in this niche area. Aviation and aeronautical studies. Aviation and aeronautical studies covers specializations in areas as diverse as aeronautical engineering and aerospace safety, and South Africa's 18 airports forms a major role player for passengers and goods transitioning to and from our country. This is a niche that supports a major component of the country's economy. Automotive studies. The South African automotive industry is projected to grow from 600,000 to 1.4 million vehicles a year in production. There is major potential to be explored in Unisa's commitment to automotive studies. In 2022, students from the Department of Mechanical Engineering participated in the Sasol Solar Challenge with their solar-powered car that travels from Johannesburg to Cape Town without using a single drop of fuel. Energy studies. Unisa's Institute for Development of Energy for African Sustainability specializes in designing chemical processes, reducing material and energy consumption, as well as carbon dioxide emissions. Space studies and Square Kilometer Array. Unisa has been extensively involved in the $1 billion Square Kilometer Array project since 2012. The Unisa Observatory, situated on the main campus, is a modern, well-equipped facility housing a 14-inch telescope where the College of Science, Engineering and Technology offers undergraduate courses in astrophysics and astronomy with specialization up to PhD level. Fourth Industrial Revolution and Digitalization. The fourth industrial revolution can be described as the advent of cyber-physical systems, involving entirely new capabilities for people and machines. Examples include genome editing and new forms of machine intelligence. The College of Graduate Studies will support and promote studies into 4IR and digitalization, while the Graduate School of Business Leadership presents a short learning program on big data. Natural sciences. The simplest definition of biotechnological studies is applied biology. Through the application of biological knowledge and techniques to develop products or services, Unisa's College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences is one of the main partners in the African Biogenome Project, a coordinated Pan-African effort piloting a project with a key objective of sequencing 100,000 endemic species. Health and/or pharmaceutical studies. The Department of Health Studies is prepared for the challenge of equipping their students with research skills and expertise in the field of health and pharmaceutical studies. The Africa's leading open-distance e-learning university, we can reflect with great pride on the past 150 years of transformational education, and we are confident in our ability to succeed and become a truly high-performance university as we define tomorrow.
Whatever the setbacks of the moment, nothing can stop us now. Whatever the difficulties, Africa shall be at peace. However improbable it may sound to the skeptics, Africa will prosper.
More than anything,
welcoming remarks. May we give Professor Sifiso Ndlovu a warm round of applause, please.
Good morning. Specifically to our guests and the monarchies, and I first have to apologize, even though it's an official language, but I'm addressing you in a foreign language. Apologies for that, because you have been engaging in disputes with these foreigners who brought us this language. And in that sense, I hope I'm observing protocol. Also, that I think we also had to call our ancestral spirits to accept us and the challenges that are facing us that we didn't include them in welcoming us. And please, on behalf of the Thabo Mbeki School of Public and International Affairs, I'm also quite aware that the person whom the school was named after does recognize the important role of traditional leaders and monarchies. The reason why I'm saying that, it's practically because when the movement that he belongs to was established in 1912, the main movers for that to happen were traditional leaders from various countries in Southern Africa were involved, were part of that meeting. And they were from Swaziland and Lesotho, and also from Zambia, that is King Luanika of the Barotse. And if we do know our history, the Barotse are South African, represent the South African diaspora in Zambia. They're actually from the Orange Free State. They went as far as Zambia and settled there. They are still there today. Because of the role of the monarchies and traditional leaders in terms of formation of his movement, it so happened that an upper house of traditional leaders was formed. So the movement was divided into two. The upper house, which was represented by the traditional leaders, and the politicians themselves, with the first president being John Langalibalele Dube. So it is not a coincidence that in 1996, and also in 1994, when the democratic government was formed, that structure existed, that we know that in terms of our constitution, traditional leaders are given a space. And we do know that even though the theme for today, it's community Indaba on traditional dispute resolution systems and the law, we do know that because of the constitution, there are still disputes regarding traditional leaders which have not been resolved. We do know that the interim constitution of 1993 and that the final constitution of 1996 have different clauses on the role of traditional leaders. According to my perspective, the 1993 constitution is favorable because the final constitution, the 1996, did cut the gains that are reflected in the 1993 resolution. But for me, the spirit of resistance by the traditional leaders is welcome because they still want that matter to be resolved, because they prefer the 1993 dispensation, not the final 1996 dispensation. Now, the question that the traditional leaders will have to ask themselves that, why does it take such a long time to resolve totally? Will it be the end of this protection for traditional leadership, or will the new parties who come in and take power de-emphasize the role that is stated now, regardless of the fact that the matter has still not been resolved? So whilst we are dealing with the dispute resolution system and the law as we speak now in terms of the Traditional Courts Act number 9 of 2022, I will urge the audience here and the monarchies and the traditional leaders to still be conscious of the fact that the issues that are linked to traditional leaders are still not resolved. It's unfinished business. So that still has to be resolved, and the Constitution has to be revisited to close that issue. And I have to welcome the monarchies here, because most of us, some of us, through the school, I happen to be one of those academics who focuses his studies on the role of the monarchies. But for now, I'm focusing on pre-colonial and colonial times. But we want to make it a point that at the school, we don't forget the role of the monarchies. And also my colleague here on the right, who welcomed you, is part of those scholars who make it a point that we understand the important role of the monarchies in contemporary times. Whilst I focus on pre-colonial and colonial times, we are not going to forget you as monarchies, because there is a particular and specific constructive role that you play in terms of governing this country of ours. So those in the audience who are interested in pursuing their studies, postgraduate studies in such a focus area and theme, are welcome to register with the school. So we cover that from pre-colonial up until contemporary times. So you do know how to go about it in terms of applying to further your studies, because I believe that time has come that we move away from the system of understanding the British system more than our system, because when everybody says the Queen is coming, you'll think that you'll see a black Queen, but they're talking about the British Queen. When they talk about the King, they talk about the British King. So they don't even use their name. They just say the Queen. They just say the King, as if she's our King, she's our Queen, and as if he's our King. And we do know that they are not. So please feel welcome and apply for furthering your studies at the school about these pertaining issues, and welcome all. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kache. Thank you so much. And throughout the day, as you see me sitting there, because I know already Khoshi, Amakosi, when you come here, there are others that I noticed, and there are others that I don't want to butcher the names. So when you see me seated there, and then you want me to come and give a proper acknowledgement, please feel free to do it so via your Khoshi Makapan that actually welcomed the program. And now we seek to go deeper into other villages, into other contexts. And I also see Kgoshi Yabaputing. Kgoshi Nawa is also seated alongside Kgoshi Makapan. And I've also noticed that Kgoshi Mamabolo is also with us here, seated here. And as I've said, colleagues, my my acknowledgement, Jadi Kgoshi, whenever you see me seated there, please acknowledge me, because I want to make sure that I introduce you with the titles that you deserve. The ones that I've already acknowledged, yeah, this one's, I'm sure, so I don't want to be, and this is live, colleagues. This is live. So yeah, such acknowledgements are very, very important. Colleagues, then I'll move over to the Engaged Scholarship at Unisa, which is going to be addressed by Dr. Genevieve James. Dr. Genevieve James is the Deputy Director for the Division Community Engagement and Outreach at institutional level at Unisa. Dr. James, the podium is yours. May we please welcome her, colleagues.
Good morning. I would like, before I address you, to please ensure that we greet our Kgoshis in the house today. Can I please call on someone who will be able to do the introductions to all our Kgoshis in the room? Can we have...
Please, we've noted that we only introduced 3 courses, and we have more than 3 in the room. So we just want to find a system of how to go about it, because even the issue of asking you to help in this situation so that we introduce everybody in the room. We've only counted 3.
Yes. Yes. Colleagues, like I said, we have more than 3 kings and queens here. So as you see me going around, I'm making sure that their names are written down properly. So I'm doing just that. So Dr. James, we have more than 3 in the house here today. And throughout the day, we shall acknowledge them with the respect that they deserve. Sabong.
Thank you so much, MacDonald. A very, very good and warm welcome, a good morning to you, our esteemed royal households, traditional authorities, community leaders, scholars, and distinguished guests. What a profound honor it is to have you with us at this iconic Unisa campus here at the entrance of the city. We warmly welcome you and acknowledge and respect your very, very critical and indispensable role in our country and our continent and around the world. Today, it is my great honor to welcome you to this very special Indaba on Traditional Dispute Resolution Act of 2022, which is the beginning, certainly, of good things. It is a groundbreaking piece of legislation that affirms the profound wisdom and value of African traditional disputes. It is because of your leadership that the principles of Ubuntu and community-centered justice remain vibrant in South Africa. I bring you warm greetings from the University of South Africa, an institution that is deeply committed to being your fellow traveler and partner in encouraging the study, the preservation of traditional dispute resolution methods and the values within them that have sustained our communities for centuries. You know, this Act of 2022 is a significant piece of legislation. It shows that we have made some dent, but still have a long way to go. It formally recognizes and reinforces the role of traditional courts and traditional dispute resolution methods in the broader legal framework. And it aims to ensure that these courts are not only preserved, but are also positioned as vital components of our country's justice system, reflective of the diverse cultural heritages of with their communities in a way that is consistent with African cultural practices. Traditional courts serve as accessible and affordable mechanisms of dispute resolution. I have attended myself some of the court proceedings and seen how effective and how efficient these are. The Act ensures that justice is not confined to the formal legal institutions, but extends to the cultural and communal settings that are deeply integrated in the lives of many South Africans. The Act prioritizes restorative justice, emphasizing the principles of Ubuntu, a foundational African philosophy that underscores the interconnectedness of people and the importance of community harmony. It allows our traditional courts to resolve disputes in a manner that heals relationships, promotes reconciliation, and preserves social cohesion. By institutionalizing traditional dispute resolution, the Act respects the cultural practices of communities and ensures that justice is delivered in ways that are meaningful and relevant to the lived realities of the people it serves. It is particularly vital in a country such as ours, where we simply cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach to justice. We need to address the uniqueness and particularities of communities across all cultures. The Act recognizes that traditional leaders are key and most critical stakeholders in the justice system, and affirms their role as mediators, as peacemakers, and custodians of community culture. It also provides the guidelines for their work, ensuring consistency while respecting the diversity of practices across different religions and cultures. What I love about our knowledge heritages in dispute resolution, African knowledge heritages, tried and tested heritages that have been passed down from generation to generation, is that it is inherently community-based. Our courts operate with the understanding that disputes do not only affect individuals. The Western court system seems to prioritize justice of an individual over and above the community. But our traditional courts does not single out the individual in isolation, but has wider social implications. The Act embraces this approach, emphasizing that communal dialogue and consensus building is far better than the adversarial processes that we see. Traditional dispute resolution methods often rely on oral traditions, storytelling, and community dialogue. In one of the court's sessions that I attended in Makapan, it was simply breathtaking to see how the whole community's well-being is considered in the decision-making. And even as someone who was a visitor to the community, I could also participate in the reflections and the decision making, and that was beautiful. You know, in church there used to be a song, I will enter his gates with thanksgiving in my heart. I will enter the courts with praise. And when I went to the court on that day, that song suddenly made sense to me. We entered the gates and we were singing praises, because this is a place where the community's well-being and peace will be discussed. And we all have this wonderful privilege of saying, come, let us reason together for community well-being. That you cannot put a price on. The Act acknowledges the African customary law is dynamic and evolves with the communities that it serves. By codifying our courts within the legal system, it ensures that these living practices are respected, protected, and allowed to adapt to contemporary challenges. Indigenous knowledge systems have long been undervalued in favor of Western and Northern hegemonies and Western paradigms. The Act counters this trend by affirming the value of African knowledge in resolving disputes. It highlights that the wisdom embedded in our customs, traditions, and our community leadership ensures that these systems are given equal standing. It focuses, what I love about this way of resolving disputes, unlike the Western legal system, the Western legal systems tend to focus on punishment, but our courts prioritize restoration. Isn't that beautiful? We don't look at who's the winner and who's the loser. We are looking at how we can all be made whole in the process, how we can all be restored, how we can all live together with the deep understanding that our humanity is revealed in and through each other. There are broader implications of the Act, insofar as it represents a bold step. Yes, it is a bold step, but yes, as Prof has indicated, we have a long way still to go. And for this reason, these sessions together are so vital, that we come into dialogue with each other to learn how we can strengthen our knowledge heritages across the systems and the structures that guide our being and guide our development as a nation. Through this Act, South Africa sends a powerful message. The African systems of governance and justice are not to be in the museum. They are not relics of the past. They are not something to say it happened in the the times of the past, the era of the past, but it reflects our vibrant, effective, and relevant tools for addressing the challenges of today. It encourages other nations to look into their own knowledge systems for solutions to modern problems. And it encourages us to position Africa as a leader in community-centered justice. And now, in a world that is increasingly marked by division and conflict, these systems offer priceless lessons about the power of empathy, dialogue, and community-centered governance. They remind us that justice is not only about resolving disputes, but about ensuring that communities remain united and harmonious. Through their work, traditional courts deepen social cohesion better than anyone can do. It deepens social cohesion, preserves cultural identity, and promotes peace. This is a model of justice that we can share with the rest of the world. And so, friends, At Unisa, it is our great joy to have you, our queens and kings, our traditional authorities, in this great university. You know, the University of South Africa is one of the largest universities in the world, and it is the largest university on the African continent. We have made a commitment that we will not continue to see science as universal. The science produced in the West and the hegemonies of science will not continue to have their dominance over our thinking. We want a liberated mind that can enjoy the pluriversality of science that has emerged across cultures and customs over the ages. We want to showcase our knowledge heritages in the world, for the world to see and understand that long before Western modes of dispute resolution, Africa has had its traditions that have added wholeness, peace, and well-being to the nations, the peoples, and the continent. We no longer want to be the perpetual mentees of Western powers. We no longer want to be treated as blank slates. We have always carried our knowledge heritages, but they've been an active war against us, to sideline, to mask, to suppress, to belittle our knowledge. But no longer will it be. We join in collaboration to say, Unisa is your partner in celebrating our rich and diverse heritages. Through the Lekgotla La Batho project, we have community leaders and the traditional authorities who are researching with us. We research together, we study together, we preserve our knowledge heritages together. We have so much to be proud of. Let us continue to deepen the world's knowledge on our own methods, our own traditions, in favor not of the individual, but of the community, in favor not of the winner and the loser of legal disputes. Knowledge heritages into our academic teaching and learning and research. We highlight the relevance and importance in addressing contemporary challenges. We want to work alongside you as leadership to ensure that these systems remain vibrant and adaptable. Our mission is to honor the knowledge that has been passed down from generation to generation, because this knowledge teaches us how to build more cohesive and peaceful societies. This is the social protection that we need. The leadership in communities that will lead us to wholeness and justice, and not the leadership in communities that will break and destroy and create further discord as opposed to social accord. As we gather here today, we celebrate the profound contributions of our leaders in terms of the dispute resolution systems. We honor your legacy and reaffirm your importance, and we recommit to ensuring that your wisdom continues to shape our communities, our academy, and how we develop and grow and progress. At Unisa, we are proud to stand with you. We are proud to honor your legacy. We are proud to journey with you, to continue to study, preserve, and share the transformative power of our knowledge heritages on the continent. In doing so, we honor our ancestors and empower our communities and contribute to a more just and harmonious world. We know that it will not take government alone, it will not take universities alone, it will not take any single sector to move the world closer to more harmony and peace and wellness and wholeness. It will take us all collectively to reason together, to learn from each other, to value the knowledge heritages that serve to build humanity and not break humanity down. For that reason, I choose to end this with a poem. Now, we know that we are dealing with knowledge heritages, but I wanted to check how these tried and tested knowledge heritages can be put together in a poem by something very contemporary. I will be using AI because I want to check AI's ability to see the value of traditional knowledge dispute resolution. And this is what AI came up with. So the title of the poem, and you must know it needs good prompting. So that's the role I played, a good prompter. The title of the poem is The Tribal Thrones of Wisdom. In ancient lands where ancestors roam, I think I need my glasses. I'm a new glasses wearer, please forgive me. In ancient lands where ancestors roam, kings and queens, wise leaders hold their home. Dispute resolution, a sacred art. Your wisdom guides healing hearts. With counsel born of tradition's might, you bring peace to the darkest night. Your throne's a symbol of unity, a refuge for the troubled community. Through Ubuntu you show the way, interconnectedness for a brighter day, respect for elders, a treasured past, informing justice forever to last. Your Majesties, we salute your name for keeping peace and calming the flame. South Africa's fabric, rich and bold, your dispute resolution worth more than gold. May your wisdom continue to flow, guiding generations as they grow. And may your thrones remain strong, symbols of unity where love belongs. Long live the kings and queens of old, your legacy forever to be told. Long live South Africa's royal pride, dispute resolution, your people's stride. Long live the thrones of wisdom, long live. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Colleagues, there's a reason why we are called the University of the Land. The only university that carries the name of the country. And thank you so much, Dr. James. Dr. James, under this division, is our leader in terms of the work that we do in communities. She is the one that sits at the throne. And then we say also, long live. Yes. Colleagues, and I'm not going to be the kind of a program director that cuts people's speeches. No, I'm not going to do that. That's how I will use this power. Colleagues, as I was going around, also, in addition to Khosi Yaba Khatlaba Mosetla, Khosi Nchaupe Makapan III, and also Khosi Yaba Putin, Khosi Nawa, and then also Khosi Mamabolo Kolobe. We also have King Dr. Bryce Mtimkulu III, who is the king of Amatlubi Nation. May we acknowledge the king of Amatlubi Nation, please. Ndabezi Tasiabonga ba. Thank you so much for coming. We also have Her Royal Highness Inkosi Makodongo. May you stand so that they may acknowledge you, please. Oh, His Royal Highness Inkosi Makodongo. May you stand up so that you may be acknowledged. Sabo. And then we also have, so it's His Royal Highness Inkosi Makodongo, MS, we also have MS Mahlangu of Nzunza from the Mtsabi Royal House under His Majesty Ingwenyama Umaboko, the third of Nzunza Maboko. We also have Her Royal Highness, this time I think it's Her Royal Highness, Princess Dr. Nikiwe Bam of Mpondomise Kingdom, under the African Indigenous Leader, and she's the African Indigenous, she's the founder of the African Indigenous Leader, also the Global President of African Indigenous Leadership. May you stand, Doc, so that they may see you and acknowledge you. Yeah, you see, colleagues, we are playing in a different league. We also have His Royal Highness Prince Nkosimpile Dlamini of Embuleni Royal Residence. Dabezita, may you please raise your hand so that you may be acknowledged. Sabo. And then we also have Khosi Mohakuludi Masibi of Batlaro Bo Tokwana Baka Masibi from Disaning. Khosi Masibi, may you please be acknowledged. And then we also have Khoshi Pala Khopoto Wabopedi Baka Pala Eben Council. And then with Khoshi Pala we also have Headman Pala Mokhoropane Pala Tlame of Marota Traditional Authority. May you be acknowledged, Khoshjak. And then we also have Prince Nzunza, Fene Traditional Council. May you be acknowledged, please. And then last but not least, we have the Principal Chief, Nosizwe, Mashia, from Mashia Royal Kingdom, under King Mashia II. May you be acknowledged, please. Thank you so much, colleagues. And colleagues, on that note, and then we will move over to the address by Africa David Letswalo. May you please welcome David Letswalo, who's the Director for Academic Support, Student Affairs, Internationalization, and Community Engagement. May we please welcome Africa David Letswalo.
Thank you, Program Director and Project Leader of Lekgotla La Batho Community Engagement Project at Unisa, Mr. McDonald Rammala. I don't know where to start. Just to acknowledge Professor Sfiso Ndlovu for the TM School, who did a very, very important item here of welcoming you all here. Dr. Genevieve James, the Deputy Director, Division Community and Outreach at Unisa. I want you to lend me your eloquence just for today. Thank you for that item. Colleagues in the TM School and the broader university community, and all guests present here today, this morning. Program Director, I don't know how to address the people that are here today. I'm going to give that responsibility to you to do our African protocol. And just for you to know, I'm talking to them through you. And just for them to know that I respect them and I'm humbled to speak before them because I'm a nobody, just a little child before them. I'm biased, so I'm going to speak from a biased and partisan point of view. I am playing for the team of Mahoshi as Africa, as opposed to the team of the other side. So it's such a humbling moment, really, to have this opportunity to address the African nation. And even more humbling to be addressing the true African leaders. Not democratic leaders, but African true leaders. So, Program Director, I want to thank you so much for affirming my identity. Ke nna monareng wa banareng ba ga letswalo la matlo a magasha. Ke boya gona kua ka mmapela ga batho a mathari a namane. Ke rena ba bomamthopo a no ga matšhoša le motlha e hwile. A ke nyako elela kudi ka gore le tlo nyaka go ba ga letswalo ka moka mo. Banareng we. I'm going to be, as I indicated, I'm going to be talking from a point of view of pain and cynicism, particularly as I'm going to engage the Constitution. And so I'm going to talk about hard, uncomfortable things that I know many people may not like. And I'm happy if you don't like what I'm saying, because I'm speaking as an African for African people. So as an African in this African university, shaping futures in the service of humanity, it gives me and everyone at Unisa extreme pleasure to be involved in a discourse on this important matter affecting African people. The issue of the Khoro, Lekgotla, or Inkundla, just like the land question, runs at the core of what really constitutes this institution of African governance system. In other words, the relevance, the substance, and the meaningfulness of Bogoshi or Ubukosi is centered around the land and Khoro, what you refer to as traditional court. So you cannot say you are a leader, African leader, if one, you don't have the land, and two, if you don't have Khoro. And not Khoro just for Khoro's sake. A Khoro must have power. It's the systems from the West. So I understand that we live in the so-called constitutional democracy, where the Constitution reigns supreme. However, my intention is to give an honest commentary on this subject matter in the context of this supreme Eurocentric document. Basically, we are confronted with a conflict of cultures and legal systems, where one system, which is foreign, is accorded a dominant status over and above the African legal system. So, the late president of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara, said, and I want to quote him, he said, "We must learn to live the African way. It's the only way to live in freedom and dignity." I close the quote. And that is why this leader problematized these things called chiefs. Because in our culture, we don't have chiefs. Because the colonialists had distorted the African system of leadership as in Ubukosi or Bogoshi. The system of chieftainship was created by colonialists as an institution co-opted to aid the colonial system in its oppression of Africans. And this is the same template that white settlers in this country used, especially during apartheid. Unfortunately, apartheid still persists today. This boils down to an assertion by me, of course, that we are a conquered people. And I account for this assertion with a simple reference to Sankara's enunciation, elucidation, and pronouncement. In this constitutional democracy, can we claim to live the African way, if we're honest? Which is the best way to live, obviously? So I just want to ask you that question. In this constitutional democracy, can we claim to live the African way? So the signs of a defeated people manifest in the knowledge systems, in the languages, practices, laws, leadership and governance practices, in the spirituality, and of course, in dispute resolution mechanisms in this land of African people. You like it or not, the law in this African space is the law of Maburu le Maisimane. So, in 1994, obviously there was a hype and rhetoric of freedom, which rhetoric was ensconced in the 1996 Constitution. I'm happy Professor Ndlovu hinted that he didn't want to go deep into that. So it was ironic when Africans, that is the oppressed people in their own land, also celebrated this rhetoric quite uncontrollably, and to this day, defending it with unspeakable recalcitrance. And this embracement of foreign systems, of other people's laws, is unspeakable because it has no African bias. It is not pro-African, and at best it is Eurocentric. And one of the most painful situations is for a people to be complicit in their own oppression. So you celebrate things that oppress you, and that is the most painful thing, to participate and be complicit in your own oppression. So I want to talk about aspects of the Constitution that dictate supremacy over African law. So some years ago, I'm confiding in you, I presented a paper at a law conference, the subject line of which was, "The devil is a liar," with reference to the Constitution, of course, that this Constitution propagated a lie of freedom. And such an observation may really be made when one thinks and speaks boldly or fearlessly from the perspective of an African. Obviously, if one were to look at it from a Western, Eurocentric, or even a liberalist perspective, one would see nothing else but the best constitution in the whole world, or something to that effect. You know, I do speak to some people and say, yeah, this is the best because it has done me 1, 2, 3. It has brought me my land back. Then I'll understand you. It has brought me my African way of life, and I can exercise my African, lifestyle with freedom and with dignity, as Sankara would have said. If it doesn't answer those issues, then it's a lie. So some of the things that happened at CODESA are hard to believe. And one is tempted to wonder what was really happening at CODESA, Professor Ndlovu. So it's as if white people were talking alone, as if there were no Africans there at the negotiation table. And that is why you have a constitution that does not operate from an African perspective, but from a Eurocentric, white, Western perspective. So the most telling section in the Constitution is Section 2, in terms of which this Eurocentric document is imposing its own superiority and supremacy over African systems or African law. What does it say, that Section 2? It says the Constitution, not African law, the Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. Law or conduct inconsistent with it is invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled. So in other words, whether you do the traditional court act or whatever you do is a child, the parent is the Constitution. And the Constitution is a foreign document because it comes from a Eurocentric perspective. So you can do everything else, but don't touch the Constitution. So we mustn't be afraid to talk about these things, particularly as Mahoshi. In other words, the Constitution further marginalizes and infantilizes African systems out in the document itself. I'm not fabricating anything. It's there written in black and white. So the so-called Bill of Rights, for instance, is used to buttress the dominance and prevalence of the European laws and practices. Kaspedi regare Constitution ye, irichela pori matlong. Ke kruku. You can say it's a bluff or it's a deceit. So let's look at Section 30. It's there in the Constitution. It says it gives everyone the right to use the language and to participate in the cultural life of their choice. But it says, but no one exercising these rights may do so in a manner inconsistent with any provision of the Bill of Rights. Where does the Bill of Rights come from? Exactly. Similarly, Section 31 talks about the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. However, in subsection 2, it dictates that these rights, and I quote, may not be exercised in a manner inconsistent with any provision of the Bill of Rights. So, reagofa mararajia. So, king, asubukuri jonajiu. Reagofa mararajia at the same time. So I look at the interpretation clause, that is Section 39, subsection 1 of the Constitution, directs that when a court, this is important for today, when a court, a tribunal, or a forum interprets the Bill of Rights, it must consider what? International law. And then in subsection 1b, it says, and may consider foreign law. There is no injunction for the court to consider African law. It's there, you can read it, section 31. So the interpretation clause goes further as per subsection 2 to state that when interpreting any legislation and when developing the common law or customary law, every court, tribunal, or forum must promote the spirit, purport, and objects of the Bill of Rights, not of African law. Now, here's the crucial give and take point of the interpretation clause as per subsection 3, which says the Bill of Rights does not deny the existence of any other rights or freedoms that are recognized or conferred by common law, customary law, and or legislation. But then it says, to the extent that they are consistent with the Bill of Rights. Here I'm talking about chicanery. When you interpret these things and everything else, at the end of the day, it must not contradict Molawa Makhoa. So when I see a tradition, so I go on Hoshi, constitutional, Bilaga Rotamadi. So there's a long way to go. Dr. James and Professor Ndlovu mentioned that there's a long way to go. But I don't think that that way, it will become longer and longer, judging by what is happening. So I wish to make the point that a cardinal principle of African systems of leadership is the recognition of the special place of Ubukhosi or Bogoshi in relation to the commoners. I want to say this very, very clear. There is a distinction between bogoši le go dio ba rena fela motho wa go tshwana na, motho fela. So what the Constitution or European law does is to bastardize this arrangement to the extent that at times this critical relational arrangement is reversed. In other words, Kgoši may be forced to bow down to a commoner. You see this with the electoral or democratic system where Kgoši votes for a commoner as his or her leader in a ward, for instance. So ke ra gore molata uno thoma dipolane tša gagwe a ba le ditšhelete a reka batho bona a batla ba mokhanselara wa ka in the ward. So in provincial and national elections, our African leaders find themselves, our African leaders find themselves having to vote for commoners to control them. Worse, perhaps not worse, Magoshi are recognized by democratically elected leaders or politicians in the guise or form of a premier or a president. Who is fooling who here? Is it the case of the falcon directing the falconer? Some people say this is an anomaly or itlazo. Kasi pedi bare cheki di pisa marriage. O kere go na le bothata ko bare re emetse Kgoši e tle e recognize-we ke molata. And o kere Kgoši thabile. Ke kere lengwalo la go tswa ga premier. You are recognized. You are not recognized by a premier. You are not recognized by a president. You are recognized by our ancestors because ours is the leadership of blood. We can't be recognized by what I want to emphasize that. Bogoši ke bogoši ka re bja tswalelwa. Ene bo tswalelwa. Ene he bo tswalelwa go ra gore tše ke tša badimo, tše ke tša modimo, a di ka vote tše, a di ka jojo. A ke se re a kwanana. So bjale go le Kgoši re go tlhompha, wena o emetse o tlo tlhompha molata. O ra re direng, re se ka go tlhompha mose. O kere Kgoši kiti mebile ke tripa e wela fase e nyaka go dumediša molata. So it is further noted that Chapter 8 of the Constitution, which deals with the courts and the administration of justice, Constitution, Chapter 8, it does not, and I want to emphasize, it does not in any of its 15 sections, that is from sections 165 to 180, it does not include Lekgotla, Dikgoro, Tenkundla, or their respective heads, that is Magoši or Amakhosi. The whole Chapter 8, which deals with the courts and the administration of justice. There's nothing, absolutely nothing about the Dikgoro or Magoši in the whole chapter. In other words, Magoši are ignored or excluded from the dispensing of justice. It's not me, it's there, Chapter 8. So what I'm saying is that the Constitution does not recognize these African institutions as part of the courts and the administration of justice in this country. Finally, and this is very, very important, of course. Finally, the only chapter dedicated to the so-called traditional leaders, that is Chapter 12, has only 2 small sections. Mr. Ramola likes talking to me about this point. The only chapter dedicated to traditional leaders, so-called, that chapter should be called, that chapter, Maria Kudu. Uno sana go file 1 rand, 50 rand from when. And so section 211 subsection 1 states that the institution, that is Bogoshi, the status and role of traditional leadership according to customary law are recognized. I get it gives us, we are recognized. Yeah, but yeah, this is interesting. So, subject to the Constitution. You are recognized. Subject to the Constitution. Ke a o rata, mara ga o rata. So, and also is subject to any other legislation that specifically deals with customary law, like the subject point of today, Traditional Court Act. So if in your community, you know matata rara rolla this way and that way, you are not free to do that. You must do that subject to the Constitution or Traditional Court Act. So you've got no say, it's imposed. In other words, the Constitution is a dictator. It dictates on how things should happen, and it dictates that through section 2 of this Constitution. So nobody says the Constitution must. It itself, in section 2, it imposes itself on everyone. And we embrace it. Yay! So I want to conclude by saying that, as I indicated earlier, any interpretation and or implementation of any act should be consistent with the Constitution. Thus, it is critical that we understand these constitutional imperatives as we engage in any discourse surrounding the traditional court in mind, particularly because we are supposed to be in an intellectual, scholarly, or academic space. Remo Unisa, Aruko partying, we are or Armo government, we are in an intellectual space. So we believe as we engage as communities of practice, we should engage within a framework of independent thinking, not because we are beholden to a certain political party or a government department or a specific politician. They say that Ubukosi or Bogoshi, as a tried and tested system of African governance or leadership, has been given a raw deal. Bogoshi has been given a raw deal. It is my view that it has been manipulated by politicians, both black and white, over the years for their own selfish ends. And this is a matter of historical record. It's there in history. So in the present day context, we continue to see our leaders enticed with monies. When I'm saying our leaders, I mean Mahoshi. We continue to see our leaders enticed with monies and cars during election seasons. So what is painful in this context is the uncomfortable and disturbing message conveyed, the message of Mahoshi bowing down to commoners, politicians, or even business people. That one is very, very painful, because he who feeds you controls you. Where is your dignity? So it is so disappointing to see matters of African customary nature being adjudicated by people who have no moral authority over issues of African customary practices and laws. Just like disputes of worship being resolved by European courts or even by a white judge or a white people. Who could only dispute as Ragishu? They are court, Lohuashili Mola. Let's buy a casage. So the logic is about Levadimu, disturbed, one region at the court, Belaramahoa. As I conclude, I register my melancholic disposition at the specter of premiers and president having the authority to recognize African traditional leaders as per the so-called certificates of recognition. Ke senya ke rialo.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ma-Africa David Letswalo. And colleagues, I'm sure you heard it in his opening speech. He promised to gift me with a cow. We put it over there. So it's Unisa events. Unisa with a capital letter, only U, and then at 2022 at. So that's how you get to benefit from the proceeds of the university. And I was also asked to recognize the CEO of Dr. Sam Mutsuenyane Foundation. Mr. Themba Matiwe is here with us, and may the late Dr. Sam Mutsuenyane continue to rest in peace. Mr. Themba Matiwe, may you raise your hand so that they may recognize you. And then colleagues, this is what's going to happen now. I'm going to suspend the discussion, meaning that after the last speaker, and then we will break for tea. I will not ask if that's fine, colleagues, because we still have more time to engage. So given that, colleagues, I'm going to ask my sister, Ms. Thembisile Mahua, who is a lawyer, to come and give her address. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Sanbonani, igama lami nginguThembisile kaMahua. I would like to recognize all kingdoms and all royal houses present here today. Ngiyakhuleka emakhosini akhona namhlanje, ngiyakhuleka kubantwana, izinduna ezikhona namhlanje, the traditional councils that are also here with us today. I would like to acknowledge and greet the Thabo Mbeki School, the Dean in his absentia, and the representatives that are here today. I would like to greet the Unisa leadership, the Vice Chancellor in her absentia, and the members and staff that are here with us today. And I would like to greet the most important people, the people that are sitting here in this room, the people that are watching us online. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Program Director. I will today be speaking about empowering indigenous communities through policy and engagement. So I will now get into this constitution that Mr. Letswalo was speaking about, and I will speak about how we can use the current dispensation, the current governmental dispensation and constitutional dispensation to advocate for our rights as traditional leaders or indigenously. I like to use the word indigenous leaders in the systems. So it is both a privilege and a responsibility to be addressing you today on this vital role of indigenous leaders in influencing policy, advocacy, and shaping the future of our communities, particularly through the lens of cultural heritage and one I deem one of the most important, which is youth empowerment. I know that we are sitting here, but we are representing thousands as we are sitting here today. And I represent a lot of young people in indigenous systems as well. Prof. Ndlovu, I am one of the people that have benefited from the Thabo Mbeki School. I did a course in policy making for Africa's development. That's actually the whole course offered by the Thabo Mbeki School, and I would like to implore you to look at the courses offered by the school and see where you would fit in. So it is an honor for me to speak on this topic today here in this room. So throughout history, indigenous leaders have been seen as custodians of culture, mediators in conflict, and the voices of our communities. Our roles, and I speak as an indigenous leader myself, our roles have been centered on guiding our people with wisdom and a deep understanding of what their needs and aspirations are. However, the world that we live in today presents a dynamic and a complex governance landscape that requires us as traditional leadership to adapt while staying true to our cultures and to our roots, which is something that we've been navigating, but I don't think we've actually found our feet yet. Indigenous leadership is often seen as an anchor to our past, but I stand here to emphasize that it is also a powerful force driving our present and our future. For generations, traditional leaders traditional leaders have been the custodians of our culture, preserving, interpreting, and ensuring its application in our daily lives. But in this rapidly changing world, the cultural heritage remains one of our most potent tools for advocacy, especially in the areas of policy development, youth empowerment, and community advancement. Modern governance appears to focus on formal and state structures. Yet traditional leadership or indigenous leadership continues to play critical roles in the communities. Now that's where the power is, in the actual communities. Our knowledge of cultural systems, land management, and conflict resolution uniquely places us at a platform to inform policies that address to the actual realities of our people. But by actively participating in government structures, traditional leaders can bridge the gap between formal state institutions and grassroots communities, ensuring that no one is left behind. That is one thing that we advocate for in most places, to make sure that no one is left behind. But as we continue to see in our communities, the young people are always left behind. The young people are not included in matters of importance. So I want to speak about how we can use culture and heritage as a tool for policy advancement and development or advocacy. So our culture is not just a collection of customs or a collection of traditions. It is living, it is an evolving framework for sustainable governance. So this is something that we can bring to the government. As a lawyer, I agree, Mr. Letwalo, that our government is the one that tells traditional leaders what to do, which is very weird. I mean, even right now, we're speaking about the Traditional Courts Act, which is the one telling Amakosi what to do in their own governing places, right? So how do we then navigate that in order to have a voice? Because we can't only complain about something and do nothing about it. While we are in the current situation that we're in, let's use it to the best of our advantage. I am one of those lawyers, Dr. James, that likes to win cases. I make it a point that I win, and yeah, I use it to say, yeah, I've 100% of my cases. But you don't look at whose cost, because our systems, or I don't really think of, okay, this couple is divorcing, oh, her family's breaking. I think of, okay, this is what my client wants and I'm going to get it. We're going to get that 50% come hell or high waters. So in looking at, or my observation or my understanding or my comprehension coming into law and practicing law is now really not a traditional one. It's a modern one because it has been guided by this constitution that we speak about. It has been guided by the policies that we've not really had a word in advancing or implementing. So we need to use our culture in this current dispensation to make sure that our voice is heard, and most of all, our roots are actually advocated for. There is always the concept that is used of Ubuntu, and we always say the Constitution is always based on Ubuntu, and we have Western or Western cultures and Western or European people telling us what Ubuntu is and analyzing it and looking at it. But what are we saying Ubuntu is? What is our interpretation? What is our understanding? We are Ubuntu. So what are we saying about that? How do we practice that? And how do we ensure that we use that in the current dispensation? Colleagues, policy and or culture as this tool enables us to change the landscape in our communities and to bring about that development, whether it be socially, environmentally, or even by land. I know that the land is a very big question and it's still in the courts currently. So by embracing and advocating for inclusion of cultural values in our modern policies, traditional or indigenous leaders can play a critical role in shaping a future that honors both our past and the needs of our community. For example, the traditional courts or the traditional systems of the land stewardship, where communal ownership of the land fosters responsibility and sustainability after lessons of contemporary land reforms policies. These practices provide insights into how our communities can sustainably manage their resources. And this is what government is now coming into our communities for. Government has increasingly been coming to our communities and saying, no, we want to look at the environment, we want to invest in this and this and that. This is because they've seen that we cannot sustain ourselves in the current world that we live in, and we need to go back. So it is our duty as indigenous leaders to bring this knowledge to the policy table, to be the ones that are telling government, this is what must happen, and not the government telling us, this is what must happen. So we need to change the concept, we need to change the mindset. And policies, we need to be the ones that come with the policies that ensure and that promote unity, that promote dialogue and healing, which is very serious in our communities, especially in resolving conflict or divisions. So I mentioned that I'm a lawyer that likes to win, and I remember I had a case, and a couple, one lady came to me and she wanted to institute divorce. Yes, we are doing it. You know, and people, when they come to you, they're always angry, you know? It's a very tense moment. I want 50% of everything. You know, I want to get everything. I'm angry, I'm this, and I'm with you. You know, so yes, I'm agreeing and everything. And 2 months down the line, this lady now drops me, doesn't answer calls, doesn't do anything. I'm teaching this law that we teach in what ethics are we teaching our students? You know, in which angle are we then coming into law with? You know, is it a law is a jungle? You know, and it's the small eat, or the big eat the small, you know? We need to then relook that angle as well in teaching and in ensuring that the young people come up with a mind that is better than us, of just getting money, of just winning your legal cases. So now I want to touch into traditional or indigenous leadership and youth empowerment. I am always in dismay when I go to our communities, and the young people are always the ones that are left behind. That they saw a lawyer. The students in that school were happy to see umlungu, and they wanted to take pictures with umlungu. Not because this is what the person is saying they'll do, but because umlungu. Where are we as and this is in a space where traditional leadership, you know, so where are we in influencing young people? We cannot only speak about young people need to come to the forth, but we do not bring young people in. What influences young people in communities? It's the TV that they watch, it's the TikToks. But where are you and your kingdom on TikTok? As I say, we need to move in. You know, we need to change, modernize the way that we do things, and we need to be where young people are. So if we are going to say we need to preserve culture, young people are losing their roots, why are they losing our roots? What role are we playing in eradicating this rich culture that we have with regards to our children? So we need to look at, while the value of cultural heritage in policy advocating is undeniable, it is equally essential that we focus on how indigenous leaders can foster the development of young people in our areas. The future of any society lies in its young people. And we, as indigenous leaders sitting here today, watching online, have a responsibility to empower them, ensuring that they are equipped to navigate both the complexities of the modern government and the rich cultures that we hold dear. The reason that young people, when they pass and they get good marks, even after studying in tremendously difficult situations in our rural areas, and they come here and they lose their way, is because no one told them what to expect when they come here. Guse goli, and there's a lot of predators. I'm speaking as Intombi, Ehlolwa Intombi AkwaZulu, and the challenges that young women face when they come, egoli bazofunda, losing their heritage, losing their pride, and essentially losing themselves. What role are we playing in ensuring that even when the child has gone to another land, they are going to practice and continue, or they are going to continue practice the rules that you have taught them, ekhaya? The pride in their heritage, the pride in who they are. So the youth of today continue to face a rapidly evolving world that often seems disconnected from the traditions that we have sustained, or that they have sustained in their communities for centuries. And it is up to us to bridge that gap. This we do by combining the traditional wisdom with the modern skills. We can offer young people the tools that they need to become agents of change in their communities. Young people in their nature are active, are radical. They want to see change, they want to do something. And this is why young people are into drugs, because there's nothing to do. This is why young people are lost, because they're bored, there's no direction. We are the people, the young people that we call Onyawope are your sons. Amakhosalana. That we see on the streets, they're your sons. We are your sons, all of us. So what, umntwana ukhuliswa, the whole community. We keep on saying this, but I don't know if the program director is saying my time, but the young people that we see everywhere suffering are your children. What are you saying as umzali? What is your voice and what is your contribution? Mr. Ramala and I had the opportunity to attend a program that was hosted at the Presidential House. Mr. Ramala and Amakosi were there. And it was very disturbing to listen to the issues that Amakosi was speaking about in the area where there was the Deputy President. Not even one of our indigenous leaders mentioned that there's young people in their communities that need development. And I'm not saying that the issues that were mentioned are not equally important or are not of great value. But you do not advocate for your kids. And when you do not advocate for your kids, who's going to advocate for your kids? How will kids learn how to advocate to begin with? The reason why there's no respect, even in the manner within which we speak, is because we don't see abazali. If I don't see your Zumzali, I'm not going to respect your Zumzali. I'm not going to give you the honor that you deserve, because you did not place me in that position. So we need your voice as Amakosi. We need your voice as abazali bethu to speak on our behalf in places where we are not there. We need our Amakosi to advocate for youth development in their communities. We cannot only have programs that bring youth to Gauteng, because that's going to create the impression that the only development that will ever be there in my life is if I go to Gauteng. Nothing will ever amount of my life if I stay where my people are, where my ancestors are. I'm going to go to a foreign land and fail because I wasn't even told how to survive in that foreign land. So our role in youth development grows way beyond mere mentorship. We must provide opportunities for education, for career guidance, and for personal growth. Through initiatives that blend cultural values with contemporary knowledge, we can inspire young people who understand and comprehend the importance of heritage and are also prepared to contribute to policy discussions, advocate for their rights, and lead the community forward, the communities forward towards the progress. So how now do we build the stronger communities? How do we use policy to advocate for our communities while we are in the current dispensation, while we still need So we need to work as indigenous leaders, or what we do or the work that we do as indigenous leaders is not limited to advocating for cultural preservation or youth development alone. It is about ensuring that the policies that we champion lead to tangible improvements in the lives of those we serve. We need traditional leadership or indigenous leadership that is not going to be there for government to take pictures when they are opening a hospital, a school. We are not there for picture taking. We are serious and powerful bodies in our communities, and the government needs to recognize that and respect that. And they will not do that without our voice. So whether through promoting inclusivity, economic policies, improving access to education and healthcare, or advocating for environmental conservation, our role is to ensure that our communities are not left behind in the face of modern challenges. Modern challenges need modern solutions, and the only people with these solutions are the young people of this country, the young people that do not have access to such opportunities, such as these ones, that you need to then call Mr. Ramala to come to that community and bring Unisa and bring the Unisa community engagement to say it is possible for you to get into this position. It is possible for you to be that mlungu that you see on the TV. You don't need to idolize them. You are the gem. The way forward, as I conclude, Program Director. So I'd like to then provide a way forward to say, where do we go from here? Because we can't just speak. I'm against that. Speaking, then no progress, no implementation. Just like the Traditional Codes Act, no implementation. How many years has it been? You know, we're going to speak about it. It's been the government, it's been coming. And this is one thing that we don't hold our government accountable. Because how am I going to sit with the president and be afraid because I want that car that Mr. Letswalo spoke about? How am I going to be afraid to speak on behalf of my people? You are the ones that are speaking on behalf of your people. So let's make sure that that voice is important and is heard. So to be effective in modern government and policy advocacy, traditional indigenous leaders must take deliberate steps to integrate our roles into national and international platforms. This means building partnerships, collaborating with government agencies, collaborating with NGOs, forming our own NGOs. I'm aware that we've got ACTA in the room. I'm aware that we've got African indigenous leaders in the group. I'm aware of so many other leadership organizations or African leadership organizations that are there to unite Africans. So this is how we build partnership. International bodies that amplify our voices to ensure that our perspectives are included in decision-making process. You cannot be invited to your parliament. Your parliament is yours. You lead government in parliament. They do not lead you in parliament. How are our traditional leaders not there when these policies are implemented? The only way to get there, you cannot be there merely on a commenting or commentary purpose. Investing in our education, equipping ourselves with knowledge of governance system, legal frameworks, and policy development to strengthen our capacity as advocates. You need to come in there with your Dr. James. Right, you need to come in there with the education so that what you say makes sense. What you say adds values, right? Because they're going to come with their Eurocentric education. So now you say, you're not going to tell us what to do here. So our young people need to be educated. We need to inspire the next generation, which is my next point, and empowering young people to value and carry the principles of traditional leadership while equipping themselves to navigate modern challenges. And my last one, we need to be the drafters and implementers of the policy instead of commenting on it. We need to be the ones that are drafting. We need to be the ones that are formulating committees that will tell government, this is what we say. Because already, I know we're going to have a speaker later on the program that's going to speak about the faults within the Traditional Codes Act. Right. So concluding, I know lawyers apparently are like pastors. They conclude, they finish, all within an hour. But this is my conclusion, my real conclusion. The intersection of cultural heritage, indigenous leadership, and policy advocacy provides a unique opportunity for us to shape a future that honors our traditions while addressing the challenges of the modern world. As leaders, it is our responsibility to continue advocating for policies that are inclusive, sustainable, and that empower the next generation. By doing so, we can ensure that the future we build is one that reflects the richness of our culture and the hopes and aspirations of our young people. Ngiyabonga. Ngiyakhuleka ke.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Again, I want to acknowledge, I've been given the names. I want to acknowledge Prince Sam Maloka of Lekgotla La Batho. May you be noticed, Prince. Yes, he's over there. And I also want to acknowledge the legal representatives of King Goodwill Zwelithini Foundation of the Zulu Royal Kingdom, who is Vuyo Madikizela and Malisela Munkonyan. May you please be recognized. I also want to acknowledge the Princess of Amahlubi Royal House, who is Nonkululeko Patricia Lehlaka Ntuli Mantula. May you please be recognized, Princess. Yes, she's over there. So, colleagues, this is what's now going to happen. We are going to break for tea for 10 minutes, but I'm going to ask you to go get your tea and then you bring it here. This doesn't apply to the Khoshijaren. The Khoshi, you know where you go. You go the same place where you are seated, and then that's where you have your tea. And then within 10 minutes, and then you can come back. So for 10 minutes, you just go, you grab your tea, and then you come back here so that we can continue with the program. And thank you so much, colleagues. I'm going to also require Ms. Iglet Tobejane onto the podium. And then to my onto the podium. And then to my very distinguished speakers. To my distinguished speakers, this is for you. So I'm going to be a bit authoritative when it comes to the time. Yeah, so when you see me stand up, just, I know I'm not that tall, so you'll have to look at me when I stand up. And then just know that you need to wrap up. But I think by that time, the message would have gone across. Colleagues that are still outside, please welcome back into the podium. And then to my colleagues that are outside, I've organized with the caterer so that they can account for what has happened in the holding rooms. So please help me to facilitate that. Colleagues, did you get the password correct? Did you get it right? The password, did you get it right? To the colleagues, I think moving forward, at least let's be mindful of the time, especially in relation to food. Food is very important in the African culture. Colleagues, the speakers are already here, and then the injustices of the past in relation to the Khoshi Kolobe is being corrected. So now I think, thank you. So onto the podium, I'm going to ask Advocate Sipho Mantula.
Sanibonani, greetings to the all royal houses that are here, the royal kingdoms, the kings and the queens, the communities, the students, the learners, our lecturers who are here, and those who are joining us online. And to acknowledge all those who even spoke before us. As you can see that this is a session that has to go now into the cracks, or that goes into the body and the mind and the soul of the Traditional Courts Act, number 9 of 2022. My presentation, Mafrika Ramala, as I was listening early this morning, had to change drastically and mystically. Why drastically and mystically? I thought I'll be talking about the role of kings and queens on electoral dispute resolution. But when I look at the Traditional Courts Act, there is no way they have a competency to even handle their own traditional council disputes. And secondly, I looked also at the question of, this act covers them, but in a real sense, does Ibandla, Inkundla, Khoro, Lekgotla, what does it mean in a real sense when we are talking about the our traditional courts? Secondly, I have also looked at an important document that was, I think, shared by my head of research, Professor Ndlovu, here, when he was sharing with us what really happened between 1992, 93, 94 during CODESA. That there was this question that was called CODESA at the center of a complex moral question. Traditional leader, internal community social logic, which for me, it is the role of traditional leaders or kings and queens. As David was said, that it is important even on the language and the terminology when we talk about the roles of the Khosi, the Khosigadi, kings and queens, as well as the role of advisors to the kings and queens and the council members, those who sit. So when I look at this current presentation, I've also looked at the constitutional challenges or gaps, which are called potholes of our Constitution of 1993 and 1994, because we have to go to the genesis. Where was the mistake done by our drafters of the constitution that they ignore the role of traditional leaders or the role of kings in terms of resolution of conflicts or disputes. I have also looked at the question that we need to understand that when we talk of elections, the 2024 elections and the result of the GNU, you have not heard what is the role of kings and queens in the government of GNU. Even in 1994, it was the same old story. The 1993-94 arrangement left the question of traditional leaders hanging. Hence, my colleagues, I think they will share that it took 14 years for this act to come into light or to become alive. 14 years to have this Traditional Courts Act. But also what I have picked up is that from the act, there is a nature. You need to understand what is this nature, what is the shape and the form of a court we are talking about. Because I can talk about electoral dispute, and from the go, I'm saying Ramallah, I'm pulling out the word electoral dispute because traditional leaders are not even part of the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes on claims. You have people who are not even, who have knowledge on that. You look at the electoral court, traditional leaders are not being consulted even when they are electoral dispute. So that's how it is difficult to can position their role. But when I look at the nature of the court under Section 6, it says that those courts must promote access to justice, prevent conflict, maintain harmony. But if we want them to resolve disputes, it should be the disputes that should be done through their comments, but the final draft of the Constitution, it is not a unique Constitution. It is a model of the Western laws. It is a model of Europe. Hence, we have to critique Section 2, 111 and 12 and 13, as well as Chapter 12. Now, I look at the nature of this court. So you can see when you look at the foundation, this court is only talking about Ubuntu. But access to justice, it is traditional leaders and the communities that must define this access to justice, not only by Section 34 of the Constitution. So it's very important that we need to even draw that line. I look at the guiding philosophies, principles that will guide this court. When I look at that role, it is basically on why this bill took so long, this act. It was based on that the kings and queens are also suppressing their own subjects or their own citizens. Hence, there was a question that you need to emphasize on the right to human dignity, equality clause, advancing human rights, promoting non-racism, non-sexism, a very controversial clause, by the way, and a value, promotion of restorative justice through mediation and conciliation. So all these four areas that I've mentioned, those are the principles and the values that carries the role of traditional courts. And I think some of us, we have a concern when it comes to mediation and conciliation. How are we going to capacitate our traditional courts in terms of dealing with mediation, conciliation, when they will be using the African method, Western methods, and 40 years of Berlin Conference, the demarcation question. And that's where the issue of what then is the role of traditional leaders. I think there's the other value that I see very important, that or principle that these courts must also hold. It is this question of skills and capacity building. And that's where you will need to focus on young people to be working in those courts, but also an intergenerational council, actually. Let me not say young people, let me say intergenerational members of that courts must be young people, but they must be elders also, so that there is harmony of knowledge and sharing of knowledge. Finally, Mr. Ramallah, I want to close, but like I said to you, I had many issues that Jewel Netitenge from Mistra raised 2 or 3 things that traditional leaders were actually sabotaged and failed in the 1994 project. And they were failed because of 3 things: respect, resources, their role that they played in terms of liberation struggle. They played a role in terms of resisting the colonial laws, meaning there were ways and methods of resolving disputes in an African context, but they were undermined. So there was no respect. That's what Joel Nesitenge, when he was asked to talk to the leaders, traditional leaders last year in Kimberley, on the role of traditional leaders during elections, these issues came out. Resources, we talk about land. When we have to resolve land disputes, it is a land claims court that resolves disputes on land. There's no way a traditional leader is being called upon to be in the panel. Rather, you can be called to be a witness. So that is wrong also. It is the same that David said, the issue of the commoners. You ask traditional leaders that they need to have a budget. They go to parliament, will they account to members of parliament? That is also another challenge. If you are asking traditional leaders that if you give them money, where are they going to account? They are going to account to the same politicians. That is the challenge. The second aspect on resistance, I think, is to resist also now the new colonial laws that are coming under the pretext of acts and regulations. I think this session or this Indaba is very important, that it is building on the knowledge and the wisdom of all royal houses that are here, that when regulations come, the royal houses must understand the implementation of the courts. How is the court going to operate? The role of healers are very important even in the courts. So you don't need to look at the courts without the role of the healers, because they can foresee what is coming. So it's very important that we don't look at only the case law, because traditional courts, they don't have the case law. They work on experience of their own communities. And finally, Mr. Ramala, as I said to you, and I think colleagues must touch on it, referral of matters in terms of the courts. Why they have to refer matters to the lower courts, high courts, constitutional court, it is not covered, electoral court, it is not covered. So for me, the question on electoral dispute, it is around political power. Elections, it's all about conflict over representation and over natural resources. And it's going to be difficult for our traditional courts to navigate that space of electoral courts once they are not already capacitated. And hence I said, I'm raising even to my colleagues on the panel to look at the question of referral, how to deal with it. And to look also at the laws that have been there in terms of the laws of inheritance, the Communal Land Rights Act, the question also around leadership and governance framework, and the Khoisan law that has been brought back to the parliament, because we have the Khoisan law also that is out there, that we need to look at how these courts work. And I think, as Tembesile said, lawyers will always say we are closing, but we are not, actually. One recommendation and a question that we need to pose and to know in this Indaba, and when next year we have the second Indaba Ramala, is this question that it is high time that our traditional courts and leaders and adjudicators to ask this question, and or maybe to say that, because people will always say, how can we accommodate the institution of traditional leadership in a democratic South Africa? That's a misleading and a foolish question. How can we accommodate? Now, what is the right question? And the senseless, and a common sense question. It is a question where how should we accommodate the Western way of governance within the original African forms of governance? So that is a question we need to pose all the time when we meet with our former colonizers. Or how can we invite you back into our space again? And how are we going to live side by side? Rather than being asked, how can you be accommodated in your own house and being dictated with the regulations and the laws? Hence the issue of public participation, when the regulations and when the act is now in practice in the courts, our communities must be open and they must be clear. Asante sana, siyabonga.
Thanks, Advocate Mantula. Thank you, Warra. That's what we call each other here. These titles are for, we have our own here. Thanks, Warra. What he raised, in fact, is very important because the law, the African indigenous law is clear. When you are caught having stolen something, you are dealt with right there and then. But in the Western laws, if you catch me stealing something, although you saw me, I'm innocent until proven. The African law was clear. And in order to prove my guilt, if I have money, you know the rest. So now I'm going to go on and ask for Ms. Muyahaba Toka to address us. Please welcome her.
Good afternoon, everybody. Ke a le lotjha baholo ba ka. Ke leboha le kgonne ho fitha ka moka. In as much as one of the earlier speakers of Boleja are e ke dutse mo ke eme ka pele tja lena ke ngwana mathone a lena. Mara ke tshepa hore ka taba ene ba e boletseng ya intergenerationality, I think se Thembisile Mahua le Ntate Advocate Sipho Mantula ba boletse ka yona, the issue of intergenerationality hore re ka rutana across our different age groups depending on our different levels of knowledge. Nna ke me ya habo ke tha botokwa ma talks ha machaka ka fase ya puso ya Kgosi Machaka a Podu ke holetse ona ke hodisa ke ora kgolwa ka loku kwaka loku kukuku melokoko macheba. Given that the issue of intergenerationality is particularly close to my heart because, again, I grew up under the guidance of my grandparents when my mother was at university and working, right? So I very much understand the context and I very much respect the different traditional tenets. Thembisile Mahua earlier talked about issues of advocacy and policy. And the question becomes, how do I come into that? So, I'm an attorney and a researcher at the Center for Child Law based at the University of Pretoria. One of the key things that I do in my work is that when legislation comes, including the Traditional Courts Bill, I look at it, and then I assess where are children placed within this particular provision, how can children benefit, how can their rights be enhanced, how can the family life of the child be bettered in this context. And I'll give you one such example. So, I'm sure the whole year bela bill, and most people still don't really understand what it's about. So in the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill, ever issued the bill earlier on last year. One of the core issues that we recognized as the Center for Child Law was that the bill was very clear about who can be admitted into school and who cannot, and the process for that. The process was saying that it's only the parent of the child, biological parent or guardian with a court order, who can admit a child into school. So in situations where Muyahaba, for example, is being raised by her grandparents would not be able to register her into school. These are, again, some of the real practical issues that we're dealing with, right? If you have Muyahaba who's being raised by her aunt because she's an orphan, those kinds of issues, that aunt will not be able to admit the child into school if she doesn't have a guardianship order. Remember, a guardianship order is something that is ordinarily done only in the High Court. To go to the High Court, you need money. You're going to approach Thembelihle. I don't know where she is. Where's Thembelihle? Is she out? Okay. You're going to approach Thembelihle. Thembelihle is going to charge you the first 1,500 just to consult with you and hear what your issue is about. She's going to charge you subsequent amounts, 5,000, 10,000, anything, depending on her own rate, for her to go and appear before a judge to tell the judge what you know about your own life. To tell the judge that Muyahaba is an orphan, her parents passed away. When the mother passed away, I took over as Rakhadi, ka thokomela ngwana, ke ngwana ke a molela. Traditionally, we know it's not even a conversation. Some of us have the benefit of because of how we were raised, right? To say, not some of us have the benefit of because of how we were raised, right? To say, no, this policy does not benefit anybody because it pushes out these particular children. In an African context, when we are conceptualizing a child, right? In the Western context, they just say 0 to 18 and it's done. And then, from a very protectionist attitude. So protection is to say, and even when they're 18, you treat them like a child. Whereas in the African context, we believe in the evolving capacity on the responsibility of the child. So it's saying, Uri, it acknowledges that a child, even though this person is not an adult, a child has a role in their respective communities. In a Western context, children do not have a role in their communities. They are not expected to bear any responsibilities. In a South African context, again, African context again, we deviate much from the Western standard where we actually recognize children in child-headed households. We'll remember in the 90s as well as the 2000s where many parents were dying because of the HIV pandemic. And you'd have a situation where you have a 17-year-old, 14-year-old, 10-year-old, 7-year-old, and 4-year-old. Does it make sense that we take those children out of their community and go throw them in an orphanage and separate them? It doesn't make sense. In an African context, we understood that the child is raised by the community. So now that these children do not have a family, what do we do as a community? As a community, the children know that, okay, when the older one needs to study, she goes next door and then she takes the children of next door, or she calls an aunt or an elder sister to come and help her take care of the kids because she's busy studying. These are all small practical things. Even the idea that that 17-year-old will be able to take her younger siblings to school. In a Western conception, these things are not allowed, but these are the things that we have been fighting for as the Center for Child Law in policy, to say it doesn't make sense for you to approach these children in an infantilized look, as though this 17-year-old who has already been taking care of her sick grandmother and her younger siblings. It's not fair for you to treat that 17-year-old as though they're a newborn who cannot do anything for themselves. Even the idea of those children who are, again, older children, being able to access grants for themselves. They're orphans, but it doesn't mean they must go into the care system and be put in orphanages with strange people and strange cultures that they don't understand. Allow those children to stay in their communities. Allow those children to finish their school in their communities. And you'll find, again, that the traditional healers have also been very helpful, especially in the context of children being able to get their IDs and birth registration documents. Because you'll find when this child goes to Home Affairs says we want the parents, right? Home Affairs wants the parents are not around, the parents passed away a long time ago. But when the families were fighting, the birth certificates were taken away. So this child does not also have those birth certificates. What must happen to this child? This child ends up not being able to write matric because they don't have an ID. And how traditional councils as well as traditional leaders have helped is that they've written these children letters to say, no, we know this child, we raised this child. This is how this child came to be in this community. These are the circumstances of this child. And we're able to take those letters and submit them to the Department of Home Affairs, submit them to SASSA so that these children are able to get their relevant grants. Some of the children are being taken care of by their grandmothers. And again, another issue that came up within the Department of Social Development as well as the Social Assistance Act is to say, these children who are being raised by grandmothers, uncles, and aunts because their parents are not around or their parents just don't have the capacity to do it, right? These parents are not admitting them to school. What are you saying? This is 33% of 21 million. That's the population of children in South Africa according to the 2022 statistics. How much is that? Me, I'm a lawyer, I'm not a mathematician. How much is that? 33% of 21 million. That's very many children, and you are affecting their ability to develop themselves, their ability to empower themselves, all because you are trying to impose Western standards. And this is, again, where it becomes important for people to be empowered, but also for those children in those communities to be empowered, to be able to take on these platforms like where I am now, to be able to assess what the laws are and align them with what our indigenous and cultural values are, in a very practical way, to ensure that children are able to live their lives, families are able to live their lives in a way that makes sense, that also respects the integrity of our African cultures. Another element that we talked about, so within child law and child rights as an academic field, there are core principles that we talk about, right? And for me, when I first studied this area of law, I recognized these concepts as being part of what I was already raised with. And again, much of the Western world is trying to actually catch up with what we're doing. It's just that they put it in nice English, and it looks like it was their idea, but it's not. The best interest of the child, for example. The best interest of the child as a principle dictates that in every single situation, we must look at what is in the best interest of the child. Tembelile talked about a case where parents were divorcing and then subsequently decided, okay, no, we don't want to divorce. I also experienced the same thing. So because the Center for Child Law is a law clinic, people call in for free and we advise them. And many of the issues that come up are parents coming saying, yeah, I want half. That one is a witch. She did that, she did this. All of these issues. I want to take her to court. I want to do this, I want to do that. And I always end up saying, you know, it will be much cheaper and much easier and actually more productive if you go back to the elders in your family, in your respective families. Allow them to sit down, help you navigate this matter. Because at the end of the day, you are going to have to live with that child until that child is old enough to take care of themselves or until you die as a parent. You don't want a situation where you and the mother, you can't get along, but you are supposed to raise these children. How can you raise them if yourselves you are not getting along? In the same context of best interests, we find in our cultures, again, you know, with being a parent, there's no exam. You just do something and then you get pregnant. There's no threshold for propriety. So as in, there's no test, and if you don't get 50, you can't get pregnant or you can't have a child. There's no such thing. Anybody can have a child. And sometimes you find that the person who has had a child does not have the capacity to take care of the child, or is considered maybe an irresponsible person, or they've abandoned the child. And generally the family will take over without having to go through the processes of court, up and down, paying thousands and thousands of rands to deal with your matters. Because at the end of the day, yes, you are paying me, but that money, that 50,000 rand we used to deal with something that is essentially quite simple. If people had put their egos aside and had a conversation, that 50,000 rands you used, you could have put it aside so that your child can go to school. But now I'm eating it. I'm in Dubai with your child's school fees money. Do you see where those elements have to come and make sense? And then again, in the context of children, we have the Office of the Family Advocate. So here in the cities, I know in each of the provinces, in the capital cities of each of the provinces, there is an Office of the Family Advocate. But how I view the Office of the Family Advocate, because they are mediators, right? So you just go to them and they mediate any dispute between parents regarding a child. I see them as an attempt to duplicate what is expected to happen within a traditional context by the traditional courts. If you look at what the Traditional Court Act says in its Schedule 2, it provides for the jurisdiction of the traditional courts and the different types of matters that are to be dealt with, right? I've listed them here. There's ukutwala, initiation, customary law marriages, custody and guardianship of minor and dependent children, succession and inheritance, and customary law benefits, as well as altercations between family and community. What I'm talking about parents divorcing and now having fights about issues of maintenance and other things, this exactly falls within that. It's an altercation between family members and the community, right? We look at the issues around children and maintenance and visitation and all of that. That falls strictly within custody and guardianship of minor and dependent children. So essentially, the traditional courts have similar powers to the children's courts here in South Africa. And again, because of the flexibility of tradition, because we look at each case as a case-by-case basis, we don't just say one shoe fits everybody, right? And again, I'm telling you, these white people, they're clever. They take our ideas and then they present them to us in big English and we think that it's their idea, but it's not. Again, best interest of the child, as I said. Where the best interest of the child is concerned, it doesn't matter what the facts are. The facts can be up and down, and then we'll make different decisions based on the specific facts. It's a very flexible principle, and we know in our tradition that solutions ought to be flexible so that they can meet the needs of the people who have the issue, right? So on my part, I would say that I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to have our Traditional Courts Act and for that Traditional Courts Act to actually be implemented. Again, you notice that where a child is having a problem in a community, most children do not have the power, the money, the resources, or even the knowledge to go to a court to find a lawyer. I mean, because if you talk to me, you have to pay me. Children don't earn a salary, they don't work. But where does their justice come from? Their justice comes from within their communities. And within the community, outside of the family, what is the first port of call? It's these traditional council and our traditional leaders who give us guidance on how to do this. It's the elders in the community who have this vast level of knowledge on how to deal with these different issues. So at the end of the day, my fundamental thing is that we must stop thinking of our customs as subordinate, because as I said, it's just white people coming, telling you what you know and trying to flip it the other way around. Another case that I'm currently dealing with is in the Constitutional Court, and essentially it's an issue around the right to property within Section 25. So again, because I do child rights, what's happening is that you have big-time publishers trying to restrict access to books that they publish. And then in an African context, we know you don't really own a thing. The thing is for the benefit of all. In a South African context, we have situations where we have children who are visually impaired, we have very poor communities, and it doesn't make sense for our state to then have to separate itself with tons of money just because the copyright and the intellectual property sits a particular place and that person is demanding certain things. Even you guys as traditional leaders would understand that people cannot say we are thirsty and a clean river of water is busy flowing here and we just look at it. It does not make sense. Because at the end of the day, children have to be able to access whatever the digital materials are that are available to make sure, because again, one of the issues that's coming up in basic education laws, amendment bill, is around the quality of the education. Because that is also subject to you having a properly resourced library. Having a properly resourced library means somebody had the thought to give you a budget and give you the money so that you can go buy the books and properly resource that library, right? If you don't have that money, what must happen to you? And that is directly the question when we are dealing with rural schools. The schools don't have that money, the community doesn't have that money, but does it mean that those children are less deserving of a quality education, that they are less deserving of having access to proper books? And essentially that's our argument as the Center for Child Law, to say your copyrights and your right to property has to be set aside, to make sure that the dignity of our people is intact, to make sure that children, including those in rural areas, including those who are poor, including those who are going to fee-free schools, are able to access the same level of resources that these children in these Model C schools and in these private schools are able to access, so that we can make sure that this promise of development, this promise of a democracy is actually tangible to everybody. It's not just an idea, it's not just big English, it's something that somebody can point to and say, this is how X has impacted my life. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayahabo. In fact, colleagues, Mayahabo, the work that they do at the Center for Child Law, whenever you have any issue that is connected to children, you can get in touch with them. And I think it's for free, Mahab. It's for free. They do it for free. Any matter that has got to do with children, Mahabo, speak to her. And then colleagues, if you want to see the injustices, you don't have to look so far in terms of the disparities of the laws. I have seen a medical doctor in a court of law. I have seen a psychiatrist. I have seen a social worker. I have seen a forensic investigator. I have seen all these other titles that are within the Western hegemony. Have you ever seen a Sangoma give as expert witness in a court of law? But Sangomas are also registered as practitioners. And if you do that, then you will be in trouble. I mean, the media would have, even with the judges, I mean, like I've led the Lekgotla La Batho research project for the past 8 years running. 8 years running, publications and everything. But then you look at the ground, there's many discrepancies. There are so much discrepancies. The news would be praising a high court judge or a constitutional court judge because he or she gave a judgment in an African language in South Africa. Now we're thinking, whoa, this is innovative. No. Is that innovation? It is my culture. If I come from KwaZulu-Natal, Kwanongoma, and then I speak isiZulu here, that is not innovative, that is part of my culture. But now we are praising someone who's sitting at the High Court because they gave a judgment in isiXhosa or isiZulu. Then we say, wow, this is so innovative. It's Africanization. What part of Africanization is that? Shouldn't we do that? Shouldn't it be a norm that if I go to a court in Polokwane or in the Northwest, if the language there dictates that is Setswana, then I should be able to get a judge that understands Setswana. But you get there and then you find somebody, number one, they don't even, okay, I'm a program director. Yes, colleagues, but I know you know these things. And it's painful. A lawyer cannot conduct a case in their mother tongue. Cannot. You can't conduct a case in your mother tongue. I'm also a qualified lawyer. You can't do that. But a witness can do that in their own mother tongue. In South Africa. Then now they talk about indigenous. You have scholars. Then they say, no, we study indigenous knowledge systems. Then you exclude Maoshi. You exclude Undabezita. You can't study a system that came through cultural means and then you exclude the front runners. What are you studying? What are you studying? You can't go to KwaZulu-Natal. Undabezita, you must acknowledge. The knowledge starts from there. So, with that, Umakadebe Tandiramwana, please take the podium. Please welcome her.
Molokazana wamampondomis. Cabako. Ndingumakadebe. Ndicela ubulisa abantu abadala. It's a real pleasure for me to see. I'm not sure how old he is, but I'm trying to gauge him between 6 and 7. This morning I met a young man who accompanied, I think, his father, also one of the Khoshitaruna that brought their son. That really pleased my heart because I am an indigenous knowledge systems practitioner, for lack of a better word. These conversations that we have are very painful conversations to have. We smile through them. We try to meet the standards. We try to speak a language that will not offend and use words that will not ruffle feathers. But I'd like to begin my talk today, which when I received the invitation and I saw what is the theme of this seminar, I thought about it. And before I responded to Ndade Ramallah, I decided to speak to some learned friends who are lawyers, who come from the legal fraternity. And I asked them the same question. If I go into your village, between Khoshia Luna and your ward councillor, who has power? And none of them wanted to answer the question. They also all said, you understand, Thandi, while I sympathize with your cause, and one of them said, our government acknowledges the Khoshitarina. They even give them a stipend every month. And he said this very proudly so. And that is when I decided what the topic for my talk will be. Until the lion learns to read, to write, the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. The Khoshitaruna, they have their hands bound behind them because you cannot bite the hand that feeds you. And I saw a practical example of that this morning. We took some time to decide on how we're going to open this seminar. Eningizimu, in South Africa, with all our languages and all our indigenous knowledge systems that we even teach at universities, none of us felt comfortable or maybe even felt safe to say, I can stand, or ke tla khuma ka mangwele, or do whatever it is that we do, go high, because it doesn't fit into these buildings. Lekgotla, Khoro, Koroni is a gathering of community where the people, including the Khoshi, Batho ba baholo, and even the young, we gather to deliberate on issues of the community. We sit in circle even, because no one is higher than the other. In Chivenda they say, Tonsu yala ton chena. Tonsu is someone whose hair is still black. That person, as Miyawa said, children have responsibilities and roles in our community and in our culture. And they say black hair can also guide gray hair. And it is always said when we gather like this and we do not bring children. Because 20 years from now, the 5-year-old today is going to be a doctor, a lawyer, a member of parliament, making decisions using paperwork that they were not part of when it was set down. Umarcus Garvey teaches us that a people without the knowledge of their past, their culture, and their history are like a tree without roots. And that is why today we are Africans, but we look internationally and out there for answers to all our problems before we start to look within. Because when we look within, we're not always liking the person that we meet. They are Christians. That is why even when you open a seminar or you start mushumo or umsebenzi wasekhaya, we want to cleanse it by first opening it with a prayer. Because Barry charity begins at home. Charity, we are talking education, we are talking learning. Are our indigenous knowledge systems included in the curriculum that we are teaching the children today? When our children stand, can they proudly say, Na kimupeti, mnandingumxhosa, dilimpondomise? And this is why I took a decision as a mother to homeschool my children. And I know and understand that saying this here, I understand that speaking like this is also putting myself at risk, because since the Bella Bill, I could go to jail for choosing to homeschool my children. Maybe ask me why. Ask me why I chose to homeschool my children. My husband and I made this decision, painfully so. I was born in 1975. And when I was growing up, my great-grandmother, both my grandmothers and my grandfathers, were the people that were responsible for my well-being and the curriculum by which I should be educated. I have a very strong and vivid memory of my first year in school, when I asked this principal, who was our biblical studies teacher, what if someone wrote the Bible because they wanted us to be afraid of God? I was 6 years old. The principal took me home and told my parents that they need to pray for me. And my great-grandmother's response was, what is wrong with the question that she asked? She said, no, man, it's not good. To understand that God created everything. So it is with this support and teachings of my elders that we made the decision that we have learned everything from our great-grandparents, our grandparents, and our parents, and their curriculum was one. That education is supposed to raise us, to give us space to grow, to limitlessly grow our potentials until we are adults that are able to make decisions. Today we have a lot of graduates. When they finish school, they go to look for jobs. And none of them are guaranteed that they're going to have a job. And this was one of the reasons why we chose to homeschool our children. We wanted children who are not going to wait for a certificate or a job opportunity in order to generate income, because as adults, they will not be able to bite the hand that feeds them. We wanted our children to be able to speak as themselves and think as themselves without shame of African culture, of African indigenous knowledge systems. I deliver babies. My last child is 2 years old. I am still breastfeeding him. And he will stop when he's 5 years old. I'm saying this because I want to touch on how these laws that we are here to speak about, do they consider our culture and our indigenous knowledge systems? Some of my children were born in hospitals. And in hospital, I had to go to the police station to get an affidavit that says I want the hospital to give me my placenta and not to birth my child after he was born. I must tell you that this was a very humiliating and belittling process. First of all, when I arrived at the police station, I was born in Venda. My husband, Umxhosa, Limpondomis. When I arrived at the police station and very low-key tried to explain to the officer why I'm there and what I want the affidavit to say, he looked at me and he laughed. And then he called the others and said, come listen to this. Athi phinda uthi nifuna ntoni sisi? Ndathi ndifuna isibhedlele sindike iplacenta yam. Andifuni bayithathe bahambe nayo ezirumini and then bring it to me later. My husband will be waiting next to me with a cooler box so that I can take that placenta home. Because we sit with psychologists and psychiatrists and we put a lot of drugs into children whose mental illnesses could have been avoided if their culture was respected from the day they were born. When you give birth to a child and someone comes and immediately cuts the umbilical cord, the lifeline that has been giving life, sustenance, nutrition, oxygen, and developing the mind of that child for 9 months when the child was inside the mother. And the first thing that you do when the child comes out is cut that umbilical cord. You're being very violent. And ask me why I say so. Because no one tells us what they do with our placentas. No one is telling us that they are harvesting stem cells from the blood that has been sitting for 9 months inside that cord, flowing between the mother and the child. I don't know any word. I have tried as an indigenous midwife to look for how we cut the umbilical cord when a child is born in our culture. And everywhere I go, what I hear is that the placenta, the umbilical cord falls off. We don't talk of cutting. That means we allow, first of all, the cord blood to be transferred into the child When that child is born, if you ask the medical experts, they will tell you that an African child, therefore, does not need to be injected with vitamin K because of the melanin in that blood. You just need that child to have a few moments outside in the sun, and that vitamin K will be activated from the vitamins and other minerals we receive from the sun. But because the medical fraternity needs our blood, they need that placenta so that cosmetic companies who make billions and billions from selling, if you go to any shop and you look at hair products, you will find most of the expensive one, the active ingredient is the placenta. If you ask Hollywood actors, they will tell you how many of them receive, I'm sorry to use this word, but if we are going to do anything about the predicament that we are in, we need to say things as they are. Ijwabu linomsebenzi. It makes Hollywood actors look 25 when they are 65 years old. Our dikgoshi tsa rena le baholo ba rena, they need to be part of these conversations so that they can understand and know, because it's very difficult as a young person, even though they say black hair can guide gray hair. When you go back to the elders who have been Christianized to a point where they don't even know that the year begins on the 23rd of September, they are offended when you tell them that the concept of the 25th of December being the day that Jesus was born is a lie. They are afraid to go to hell, so they don't listen to us. When we talk about food security, we talk as if Africans never knew how to feed ourselves, to a point where it was most people learned that 6 children died from eating snacks. We don't know the food that we are giving our children. We don't understand that so many sexual offenses cases can also be prevented, because African culture works on prevention and restoration. So ask the elders why a young African girl who has not reached puberty or has not born children is not allowed to eat eggs. It's not because we are patriarchal. It's not because we want Daddy to enjoy the eggs. It's because Africans understood that both the egg and the girl are developing embryos. They understood the hormonal imbalances of a child who is still growing, that you give them time before you introduce foreign subjects into their body. Today we have 6-year-olds who menstruate. And when they are 9 years old, their body is already telling them, I am an adult, I'm ready for sexual activity. The mind has not caught on with what the body is going through. And the child who cannot deliberate on what to do with this, the body is saying, I want sex. Because we introduced eggs. And these days, the eggs, they're not even eggs, because we are talking about eggs that have steroids. So this is why today we talk about cancer of the womb when children are still 15. They have not even started to live, but they are already dying from old age illnesses because we are not feeding our children ourselves. So we have to look into food. We have to look into education. We have to look at why other people, when we go to seminars and meetings, there is halal food for other people. There is kosher food for other people. It means our law has put into place that other people who have come to Africa, not us, deserve for their culture and their bodies to be put into consideration when we prepare their food. If it is not kosher, we cannot feed it to the Jewish people. But have we talked to Balemba? Have we talked to the members of such churches as the ZCC, that when we make ivoroso, we use the intestine of a pig to encase the meat? Are we telling people who, Amarasta, for instance, we don't eat meat, but a lot of us end up eating bovine gelatin because we think chappies is not meat. We don't know how they make it because they use that gelatin. These things don't speak our language. If I say gelatin, bovine gelatin, how many of our elders even know what I'm talking about? How many of our people understand that we have a serious problem of spiritual castration where we're waiting, all of us are waiting for Christmas. And then January is going to be the New Year. The African New Year happened. And our people knew how to mark it. They understood that even though they don't use the date, the 21st, but on the 21st of September every year, the sun takes a journey from the North Pole to the South Pole. And it arrives at its highest peak on the 23rd of September at a place called Mpumalanga, in Zaloyelanga. If you listen even to the language, the words that are used, you can understand that our people knew what they were talking about when they said Mpumalanga is the place where the sun is born, when the year begins again. And we see trees giving us fruit. We see trees that were gray, that had lost their leaves, that had lost their bark during the month of August. They start to come alive. That is when we celebrate things like Tebula to usher in the new year. So we are a people that are we are a people whose culture is not even respected even when Sizila. I give birth today, I have to rush to get a birth certificate for my child. Kasitswetsi, I'm supposed to be confined with only certain elders entering the room where the mother and the child are. And we still struggle to contain certain illnesses that we have to deal with later, because now we work with repairing damage instead of preventing. Indigenous knowledge systems of our people teach us that the Hoshi are custodians of their people. You talk about that they could also abuse their powers, but that's because you have an engineer Ford running a BMW. The Hoshi Taruna, they are not operating on indigenous knowledge systems. They are operating on what you allow them and include in your constitution. Once you say the constitution is the supreme law of the country, you are already telling the Hoshi that there's nothing, there's no power, there's nothing that they can decide. And until we correct this by starting to understand that no one is going to give us power. We have the power, it is within us. We just need to be brave enough, bold enough to not want to fit in, but to restore and take back what is ours.
Now you are a self. Yeah. Colleagues, you know, not to take the spotlight from my sister here. She asked me last night, what kind of a setup is it going to be? So I didn't tell her much. I just said, no, I've seen you before when you spoke. Just come and be yourself. So, yeah. And thank you so much. And now, I'm sorry, you know, I kept on inching closer and closer, and now the audience are enjoying. So now I'm seen as an enemy of progress now. Say, hey, this guy. Hey, okay. Now we will move on to, is everyone still okay? Yes. I was alerted to the injustice of the aircon. They fixed it somewhere. Now you can feel the difference. And then I was also alerted that people need water. So I fixed that, and then you will get your water. Thank you. And then now we will go on to discuss the aspects of the Traditional Courts Act number 9 of 2022 by Ms. Igla Tobejani, who's the candidate attorney at our Unisa Law Clinic. Please welcome her.
Yeah. Thank you, Program Director. Everyone who's gathered in the hall today. Judging by the scrutiny that legislation has received today, it's not going to make my job any easier. But as part and parcel of being a candidate legal practitioner is that it teaches one to develop a thick skin. So I'm going to soldier on, despite the criticism of our legislation from some of our speakers today. So basically, I'm here, my role is very brief. I'm here to give a brief background on how the Traditional Courts Act came about. So the first Traditional Courts Bill was introduced in 2008, but was subsequently rejected outright as a result of major public outcry. The bill was reintroduced in Parliament in 2012. However, with the content of the bill having remained unchanged, it was again met with strong opposition by civil society and organizations representing the interests of women and rural communities. This earlier version of the bill was heavily criticized for several reasons, all of which would potentially undermine the rights of rural people, particularly women, and it would fail to facilitate access to justice in the rural areas. The bill created a separate system of law for tribal communities, leaving individuals no choice to opt out of the system. Traditional leaders were also granted extraordinary powers in the form of punishments they could impose on individuals. This included forced labor for the benefit of the community without the option of appeal. The traditional leader could also strip an individual of their customary benefits, which would include things like a land rights or community membership. Another point was that people who took part in the traditional courts were denied legal representation, going against the accused individual's constitutional right to legal representation. Lastly, there was insufficient public consultation in the drafting of the bill in 2008. Only traditional leaders had been consulted, making this inconsistent with the constitutional obligation imposed on the state to facilitate public consultation in the legislative process. One cannot deny the history of patriarchy in traditional communities. Although living customary law looks to evolve and develop traditional communities towards democratic ideals and to become more in line with the Constitution, the promulgation of previous versions of the Traditional Courts Bill would have had dire consequences for women in traditional communities. The bill had failed to recognize the historical disadvantages faced by women in these communities, such as in some traditional courts, women are often not able to participate as members of court or represent themselves. The 2017 Traditional Court Bill has, however, been heavily revised after more than a year of consultation with reference groups consisting of traditional leaders and members of civil society. Having dropped many of the previously contested provisions, the bill now was more in line with the requirement of ensuring that the traditional courts comply with the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The bill places a duty on the traditional courts to ensure greater involvement and protection for women and vulnerable groups in the community. As a result of these changes, the bill was passed by the National Assembly on September 8, 2022. So some notable aspects to consider about the bill include participation by and representation of women and vulnerable groups. The Act provides that traditional courts must be constituted of women and men, pursuant to the goal of promoting the right of equality as contemplated in Section 9 of the Constitution. It requires these courts in their deliberations to promote and protect the representation and participation of women and vulnerable groups as parties and members thereof. It also requires the Justice Minister to not only put measures in place to promote and protect the said representation and participation, but to also report thereon to Parliament every year. The Commission for Gender Equality must, as well, in its report to Parliament each year, report on measures it has taken or put in place in order to achieve the promotion and protection of women as parties and members in traditional courts, in addition to making recommendations on legislative and other measures in this regard. Another important aspect was the right to opt out the system of traditional justice, because the previous bill did not allow parties to opt out of the traditional justice system. The current view is that because the traditional justice system is and has always been voluntary in nature, parties should have the right to opt out of and into the system. It is there to be used by any person who subscribes to the system and who wishes or prefers to use it, rather than approaching the other courts. It is important to note, however, that a party will only be able to opt out of the system before the commencement of any proceedings in a traditional court, and not during the proceedings. In terms of the Act, a traditional court may only hear and determine a dispute if the party against whom the proceedings are instituted agrees freely and voluntarily to the resolution of the dispute by the courts in question. So failure to heed a summons of a traditional court must also be dealt with. The Act provides for the scenario where a party who, after being summoned to appear in a traditional court, willfully fails to so appear as a clear contempt of the court. And the Act requires the clerk of the court to make a determination to this effect and then refer the matter to a justice of the peace. Another notable aspect is is the one that pertains to sanctions and enforcement. The sanctions proposed in the previous bills were met with severe criticism. The outcome of stakeholder engagements seemed to suggest that because the traditional justice system is essentially about promoting restorative justice and social cohesion, traditional courts should not have the power to impose retributive sanctions. Concerns were also raised that the sanctions proposed in the previous bill could give rise to abuse, for instance, the deprivation of customary law benefits and having to do community service for the benefit of traditional leaders. In terms of the Act, an order must be expressed in monetary terms or otherwise, including livestock, for the payment of damages suffered, on condition that the order for damages may not exceed the value of the damage in question or the capped amount determined by the minister by notice in a gazette from time to time, or whichever is lesser. Other orders include an order to prohibit the conduct complained of, an order that the unconditional apology be made, and an order requiring a party to keep the peace. All the orders stated in the Act are thus of a restorative nature. In terms of legal representation, the previous bills prohibited legal presentation in traditional courts. Strong objections were raised against this prohibition, especially since traditional courts were conferred with the power to deal with serious criminal matters, and also because they did not allow parties to opt out of the traditional system, as mentioned before. The general view is that because the traditional justice system is essentially consensual and voluntary in nature, the legal representation is undesirable, particularly since the traditional justice system is geared towards achieving conciliation between the parties in a non-adversarial manner, unlike the other courts. The Act, therefore, provides that no party to any proceedings before a court may be represented by a legal practitioner acting in that capacity. In terms of the boundaries and jurisdiction, concerns were raised that the previous bill entrenched the former Bantustan boundaries. The emerging view appears to be that traditional courts should not be confined to any specific boundaries, and that a person may approach any court to resolve his or her dispute. While the previous bills made provision for areas of jurisdiction of traditional courts, the view was held that the bill should avoid making reference to the concept of jurisdiction, as it is known for purposes of a court, as contemplated in Chapter 8 of the Constitution. The Act, therefore, avoids reference to jurisdiction and simply states that a person may institute proceedings in respect of a dispute in any traditional court. The nature of traditional courts is that participants in the consultation processes were unanimous in their view that traditional courts are courts of law under customary law, which distinguishes them from the courts contemplated in Chapter 8 of the Constitution. The previous bill conferred on traditional leaders the power to preside over traditional courts. The discussions during consultation made it clear that these courts practice what is referred to as participatory justice, which does not accord with the notion of a traditional leader being in the sole control of the court. The Act, therefore, no longer deals with the concept of presiding officers, but does recognize that a traditional court must continue to be convened either by a traditional leader or a person designated by him or her in accordance with customary law, but subject to the Constitution. In terms of appeals and referrals, the previous bills made provision for appeals from traditional courts to magistrate courts. Concerns were raised that the conventional courts and the traditional justice system have different value systems, and that the concept of appeal is a misnomer in the traditional justice environment. The Act still holds the same view and makes provisions for a person who is aggrieved by a decision of a traditional court to, after exhausting all the available traditional court system appeal procedures, escalate the matter to the magistrate's court. In conclusion, I would like to, I think the revised Traditional Courts Bill and subsequent Traditional Courts Act have taken into account many of the suggestions that arose from the public consultations. As a result, the Act provides great protection for women and vulnerable groups who, as parties to any proceedings or members of the traditional court, are afforded a full and equal participation in the proceedings, as equally as men are. The Act has also limited aspects of the traditional court's powers and placed greater power in the hands of the community members who live in the traditional communities, making this a real improvement in a difficult area in South African law. I personally sincerely hope that once this Act comes into full effect, it will be able to provide a viable, affordable, and efficient option for many who will be within the traditional court's reach or proximity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Iglet. Thank you so much to all the speakers. And I've also been alerted that we also have Khoshigadi Masirumule Malegobe from and with the royal family and council. May you please raise your hand so that you may be acknowledged. No, thank you so much. So I'm going to open the floor for discussions, but I'm just going to take 5 hands. Yeah, I'm just going to take 5 hands. To this, okay, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'll allow 6, 7, 8. Okay, but colleagues, you have to. So now we will run this. I think to an extent we have permission to use this venue up until a certain point, up until a certain time. But that is known only by, the internal group. So we are a bit behind schedule, but I think we will push so that we can accommodate the subject topics. So I've taken 8 hands. Can you please just check if the mic on the desk, there's a button that you press, it turns red. The media, maybe you should help me. Are their mics working? Do I have to mute mine when they speak or, okay. Can you just test it if it's really?
Yes.
Yeah, if it's green, yeah, just go ahead and say something. Don't worry, I'll give you the roving mic. And then when you ask a question, please let us know who you are addressing it to. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ola, sure. Thank you very much to the presenter, the speaker, everybody. Okay, yeah, what the letter was saying, Ndabezita, maybe we got dribbled by the protocol observing. Yeah. from the Reflections of Nelson Mandela Football Club FC. Yeah. So yeah, my question is more or less directed to advocate and candidate Athene, I think. So the royal houses are playing part also too as the world is shifting with the Presidential Climate Commission, which is also going to mirror some of the constitutional court tools, maybe for instance the land bill. For instance, when is the climate change impact? Are we going to agree the land, the kings are going to agree to share the land for farming, for agriculture, subsistence farming, for clean water, for mining too? The other one was from the Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which specifies peace, justice, and strong institution. Is that traditional court? So from the Sustainable Development Gem number 4, quality education, does the POPI Act also protect us for subliminalizing our language, indigenous languages? Thank you.
Thanks, leader.
Thobela le kae a wa re gona ka lebitso ke Karabo Mathosa, ngwana wa digoshi le wa digoshigadi, ke tswa nobody ga Mothiba Tef ebile pila ke batlo bua ka segagesho because ke bona o ka re taba ya gore every single time ge re le mo pela batho sontse re bue sekgowa e be ra praise wa gore yo o itse sepolelo sa baggowa. So I'm very fortunate and I'm very grateful to be in front of our kings and queens, but I have a little problem. This Unisa is the University of the Land, that's what we say, and proudly so. But Unisa does not provide question papers, textbooks, and assignments in indigenous languages. What are you doing to change that? It's 2024, we're going to 2025. There are children who come from rural areas who don't know English. Even in the question papers, the questions and the scenarios relate to a white man and not gore mo ke na le khomutse pedi ge ke tlosa khomu e wane ke sala ga re khomutse kae. Yes. No, ke a leboga, but please, January, also I'm the secretary of the regional SRC. I'll be coming back here asking what have you done about that. Thank you.
Let me wipe it.
Thabela magoshi a etsho dumelang bakhatla ke bolelang ke Prince Shabutle Moromocha Maloka wa bakhatla ba Maloka 1 and 2 Pankop and Ngope di Mithatwe Veldebe scale, a chairperson of the council that has been established as well in Veldebe scale, a royal member of Bakataba Muchaba Maluka in Pankop Mamitlake, Siabe, Abtuna Rabjane Hakosi Tlame Mwepi. I just want us to note this and appreciate the lawyers that are within us, and let's use them nicely so. And those that have knowledge in what we want them to do, let's use them nicely so. Let's not abuse them. That's one point that I want us to get it through. We appreciate your presence in this quarter. One point that I wanted to make is when we talk about royalty, we talk about royal members, not an individual within royal structures, which is one person that is taken care of the government. We have princes and princesses within the royal structure. We have the royal structure of Rangwane, Rakadi, you know, or you name them. So those people, when you take care of one person within the royal structure, they cause commotions and wars that are necessary. Because Rakadi Hakono Mahanke at a decision in who exactly has to stand as a chief. So our government is honafo. So I want us to look into that. One important point that I want to raise here is that during the presidency of President Thabo Mbeki, there was a research done of chieftaincy before we got into other laws that were imposed into us. There is a research that was done by somebody that I know, but I will protect him for now until we reach that point. There's that document under President Mbeki was not actioned because it was speaking about the kingdoms, how kingdoms are going to be incorporated in the new government, how kingdoms are going to be part of the new dispensation. That document was silenced and it was done away with. We appreciate in this hall people like Me Mahadebe. With the knowledge that you have, we appreciate that. We're saving within podcasts. I'm one of those that are within podcast Unpopular Opinion. You'll find me there talking about these things. We'll invite you one day. Lastly is that we need to acknowledge that CODESA did not include us. We were represented by wrong people. It's only the Zulu nation that were represented by somebody who's got an interest in his culture, and he made sure before even he passed away that Zulus are protected and their interests are protected now. We are meant as chiefs around South Africa, princes and princesses around South Africa to respect the kingship of the KwaZulu-Natal. And we are kings and chiefs here. We need that respect. We need to be taken equally so. Unapologetically so, we are saying the government must know that we are here and we are not going to go back with what we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, let me start from, that's number 3. I've taken 7. I'm counting you, please.
My name is David Mahasha. Ke tswa ga Kgoshi Mmamabulo, Sekgotla ba Namatolo. Ke ra yena batho ba ga bo Makgoba. Go na le the other issue that kings and queens they are doing so that they can be even further undermined. In this sense, in my community where I come from, you find that I will speak particularly on the people who are doing illegal mining within our communities. You find that kings, they don't have a ownership to protect their minerals. A person come with a court order saying that the court says that I can come and mine here, well as the kings, they just endorse, they don't protect us, they don't have say over it. Then I think it must be corrected. Then the other one, I had ID. We are having a situation where more community re tseba bana ba bangwe ba adoptile ke batho mara ge re ya khoshing wa ba indosa ore ba ba tšere re na le letter she. Then ge re ya le re ke Home Affairs, ge re fitlha mole, then what they do, they will refer us, they will tell you or your matter now is taken to the region, from the region it's taken to the province. Province then ke yona EU decision ya gore whether o tshwentse o tlhokomele bana ba or what. Then o kumane gape the other issue e dirang o kumane motho a ba isego there for the kids, maybe for the 30 years to 20 years. Then actually around the biological father. Then it bring a confusion. Why Ready King? Then if they have ownership, they identify or okay. As per tradition, muto ucherubana ba ge batswadi ba ge ba tlhokofetse. Why re sa shumishe that document as a legal document? Then therefore, rena saba subject to DNA. If the process of DNA is fail, then which means your matter is still going to refer you to national, and that matter can be taken to 10 years or ukumane ID. Let's try or the Hoshi develop ownership again on Calabo.
Thank you very much. Oh, maybe can I sit? I can stand. I can sit. Greetings to everyone, and also humbly to all the kings and princes that are here. Yeah, thank you so much for all the presentations. But sitting here, I am looking at ourselves in this room as doctors and at the same time as patients, putting ourselves in a theater room on the table, operation table. And I'm asking myself, how are we going to heal ourselves as doctors and as patients at the same time? Are we hopeless and helpless because this was just an indictment of our situation as Africans, all these presentations? I'm really interested with the way forward. How are we going to influence our constitution? Because it was ripped off this morning, and going back home, I'm going to take it and put it in the fire. So I just want to find a way forward. How are we going to change the whole situation? I've heard you've spoken that it's still a long way. I don't know whether forward or backward to start where we come from, or forward to continue with what we have. Because things are evolving. I don't know when are we going to devolve them. That's my question to all of you who presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Ke simolle ka o dumedisa dikgosi ba tswang Difokeng. Thata ke dumedisa Sidibelo Mkhatla, Kgosi Mchaupe wa boraro, Indaba Zitha Dikhosana, and everyone is under my voice. I greet you. I am Prince Malatse Maloka from Bakhatlaba Mochaba Maloka in Pankop, and also the chairperson of the traditional court in the same institution. As a starting point, I want to indicate that I am a Christian. And I want to make also this point that every authoritative book or law is open to be misinterpreted into that which it does not mean for the ill motives which benefits he who misinterprets it. The Bible, the Constitution, and many of these writings are because of evil nature and wisdom used rather wrongly for such a benefit. Today, I was scheduled to preside over two cases, and I'll try to be very brief. And why I want to make this exposition is because we are called here to discuss the traditional code. And I will try to limit myself within that context. I had 2 cases, but because of this meeting, because Lekgotla said that I should come and attend this Indaba. Both cases were due to disputes relating to stand and thus land. And I'm going to only deal with one where the complainant claimed that she was told by her grandparents that she should take over their stand and home. And this, she alleges, was done in a meeting with some family members before the passing of the grandparents. Nothing was written down, and so my task is to investigate if this meeting took place, and if so, pass an order and thereafter judgment in her favor, because in terms of our customs, lefoko la moiswi le agela mosako. However, this might conflict with the codified laws of succession, because in terms of these laws, her grandparents' children might have a bigger claim. And so if taken to court on review, the respondents might be better positioned in terms of codified law. Now, what is my point, Program Director? It's that it's one also that is in line with the sentiments which were made by Moafrika, in that we have been robbed of our way and authority and thereafter given a Traditional Courts Act, which I liken to Tipa Fedile Mbokhale. And this I do for 2 reasons. One, parties come before the traditional court if they want to. 2, parties comply to an order of the traditional court only if they want to. The traditional court does not have any powers whatsoever to ensure compliance, either of summons or orders thereafter. I'm going to conclude very soon. Of noteworthy is that traditional leaders and courts have been reduced to advisors in matters relating to customary law of marriage and other customary law practices. But it is us who are custodians over these practices. However, when a court passes judgment, it does not in any way consult with traditional leaders who are custodians over such things. And today, some of the processes which we know as a matter of fact that they are important for the conclusion of a customary marriage are by precedents bypassed. One being a notice to and a notice done by Borakadi and Borangwan. There's a song which is trending currently, Ere Kamula wa Setswana. Go batlega rakgadi, go batlega malome. Wa boraro no. But we have today marriages which have been concluded at the exclusion of such important people. The last presenter indicated, I think she's an attorney, that you have a right to opt out of the traditional court. But of noteworthy is that you can't opt out of what we have known as courts, be it the magistrate court, be it the High Court or the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court, on the basis that they might not understand your matter because you trust that it can be better dealt with by the traditional courts. Section 11 subsection 3 of the 1996 Constitution provides that the courts must apply customary law when that law is applicable. Why is it that there is no application when it comes to marriage? Why is that there are requirements which have been set for a valid conclusion of a marriage, and they are not the ones which are our realities? I want to stop here for the sake of time. And Program Director, perhaps as a last sentiment, you must afford us an opportunity. You must not come here and just listen. We live, these are our lived experiences. And I think also they are going to inform us as to how do we proceed going forward. And one of those is that this school must ensure a partnership between traditional leadership so that we can publish. Because that issue for us is that our law is not written down. So let's see how best we can work together to ensure that we codify our laws so that tomorrow they don't tell us how lentswe la moswi le ahelwa mosako re kry-a ko kae. And that is how these people who are anti-traditional authority win. Ke a leboha.
And colleagues, and then that will be was there another hand? And that's going to be the last. Hey, colleagues, the number has grown exponentially. Colleagues, you must understand that I have the most difficult task ever. And I still have another session, colleagues. So let me do it like this. Let me put the gavel down and be anti-traditional, my leader. To say that, okay, the questions that were asked, the ones that you have, please reserve them for later. Can you please just work with me? I'm pleading with you. Yeah. Then also to the speakers as well. Just one answer. And then, yeah, it's not that we are stopping people from engaging, but it's, yes, colleagues, it's dynamics beyond my control. Okay, colleagues, are the mics? I don't think these mics are working, my leader. These ones, I don't think they're working. Malika, maybe, please, we can have that one. Are they working, Toga?
Yeah, this one is working.
Yeah, but not all of them are working. So who's going to take, who has asked more questions? Who's going to take? All of you. Then answers, and then we go to the other session. Thank you. Galeboha, colleagues.
I didn't catch the name, but the question on where do we begin? I think anything that you talk about that is not practiced is not applicable. We have to start at home. We have to start with our children. We can also talk about, our children watch TV, right? And I'm saying our, but I'm not really included. I stopped TV in my house in 2009 because I did not want to raise children who only see a picture of ourselves painted from a negative side, where we don't have shows that show us fathers who are present. We don't have shows that shows us what African people are doing. Good things are happening in our communities. But the moment you turn the TV on, you're going to learn about, you know, this cannot be the picture that we paint of ourselves, and we expect good things to come from that. We need to also let us speak our languages. We not really uncle, the auntie every day. If a child calls you auntie, what is auntie? Are we talking auntie mangwani? Because that person, mangwani onaledi roles life in young. So we need to start using language correctly and not allow our children to call us uncle, because uncle are malume or ramwani na. Even things like cousin, we take these things very lightly, but because we are living them, they are lived experience. Every day we are teaching. Children don't necessarily learn a lot from what we write down, but how we live our life. You cannot say, do as I do, as I say, don't do as I do as an adult. We are living lies. If you wake up and every day your life does not represent what you want to see in your children in future, you are already using the wrong curriculum. If we are teaching kids that, you know, you go to a doctor because your stomach hurts, the doctor doesn't even know what you had for breakfast on Tuesday. Yet the person that is at home, the mother, where our culture has taught that, you know, mama doesn't cook because it's a job that we relegate to women because they are inferior. It means you are the biomedical expert of that family. You are supposed to know what they have for breakfast. When they have a stomach ache, you know that the possibility is that it's because you ate this and this. We cannot resolve health issues from people who don't know where we are. when they test even the medications, they are not tested even when you test with animals, they use white mice to do research on what works and what doesn't work. So we need to start taking back responsibility for what we want to see. If we want to see children who are not suffering from the sinus, everyone, we need to learn that grocery one only under 6 months. Why is it that our people, when there was no breast milk from the mother, they used goat milk? They understood that children are lactose intolerant. And if you continue to feed them the dairy products, we are going to talk asthma. We are going to send them to the men's clinic and what, because we don't want to understand that what we are doing, we are not only setting precedents, but that child that you are feeding the yogurt in notes were not for people under the age of 10, 4 years. Maramana, fresh yogurt. You know, and then when they start to have problems because you've been feeding them the hormones that are turning them into introducing hormones in male bodies that are not there. We argue about why we give banana syrup is a chicken, patriarchy. But our people learned so much, they understood that selenium is in the drumstick, and when you give it to men, it's because of the roles that they have to interact with, that they have to undertake, that they need that hormone because they have only one hormone in their body that is dominant. And well, women have other hormones. So we are introducing so many things through diet and what we consume, and then we expect we pour Fanta, and when we drink, we expect to taste Coke. It's not going to work.
I will deal with the question that Abuti asked at the top about issues around registering the births of children. To be very honest with you, I think some 80% of my cases in my office right now are similar such cases. Every day we are fighting over the exact same things. Even now with the new minister, there's a move towards developing regulations to the Citizenship Act. And one of the things that we're talking about are exactly those kinds of issues. Because remember, in a Western world, we talk about a formal adoption process with paperwork and everything, right? Customarily, you don't need that. Everybody understands what's happening. Everybody who's a party to the matter accepts what's happening, and it is like that. Suddenly, when we're now dealing with Home Affairs, they want all of those kinds of documents through their formal adoption processes and stuff. And unfortunately, customarily, it does not work like that. And these are some of the things, again, that we are actively fighting towards to make sure that all of these realities are integrated into our law. Because unfortunately, what happens in Montana, what happens in Pretoria East is not the reality in Botokwa, where I come from. It's not the reality in Apodu, where I come from. And that's consistently, even my boss, she knows, she always says, hey, when I'm here, you're coming here with your traditional things. And I tell her, Karabo, at the end of the day, you come from townships. You don't have the same lived experience as I do. Your approach is wholly different, because now when you're giving me these scenarios, I see people I grew up with. I see myself. I see my community that I go home to every month to see my grandparents. So to me, it's not imaginary. We're not just talking English. To me, it's something real. So definitely I take it personally, and I'll definitely continue in that work. And then with the specific case that you're talking about, my brother, can we please have a discussion afterwards so that at least we can get a solution for this family? And then on the part, Yanta, with the traditional courts, I fully agree with you, because even something that was discussed in the context of the recent Prescription Act amendment was around the issue that customarily there's no such thing as 3 years. The fact that I stole your land 4 years ago does not mean it was not stolen. It was stolen. There must be restoration. And that's something, again, we are continuously fighting against. I'm part of the people fighting for it. There's a whole consortium of lawyers who are really into the idea of Africanizing, quote unquote, or making sure that the law speaks to the reality of the people it's meant to serve. Because again, somebody sat down and wrote those words. Somebody must sit down and undo those words. And that comes with us having that knowledge, understanding that system and questioning it and actively fighting against it. And I'm glad that there's so many young people in this room today who are part of that fight. And definitely, I'd really love to be in contact with Ndate even after this so that we can sort these issues out at a systemic level, because us talking here is one thing. We want the system to change, and we have to be part of that systemic change, as May had talked about earlier. Yeah, so on my part, thank you very much.
Sure. No, she's fine.
No, thank you. For me, I will just maybe respond to two, Ramala, quickly. The one of Codes, I think we have to give the context that whatever happened there, there was one traditional leader who used a political influence actually to push the issue of traditional leaders there, and we know who's that former chief prime minister. And secondly, the Tapo Commission report that was raised also, it is also important that that report, yes, there were many challenges around it, and I think that will not stop this Indaba or this debate to go on to look at that. Even if I've said earlier, there's a commission within traditional affairs that deals with disputes, whether on land, on issues of inheritance, succession, and I think that even commission has been having challenges. And we know now today we have two kingdoms that are still fighting for their office. It is both the Venda community, Venda Royal Nation, and the Zulu Royal Nation. There is still contestation as we are speaking even now. And I think the last speaker, Ramal, is very important what he said, because I saw and listened to him as a adjudicator of the court. The last prince who was talking about the lack of enforcement. And I think me and you, when we were in Zanin, we did raise this issue in terms of enforcement and even compliance. That by nature, our koro hadina di tronco, harina di tronco santa, harina le mapodisi. So we have to think deeper about enforcement. And when we talk about powers and even compliance, and the issue of a person can lodge a complaint and withdraw it, I think the issue is that when regulations come, and that's what I've said earlier, when regulations come, it is the role of all of us here to challenge regulations of this court. Because the regulations are the ones that are going to give a text and a content of the act. And nothing stops you to amend the act. It's the same like the constitution of this country that we are questioning. It's always being amended, but it's only comma, full stop, a verb, and it doesn't make sense. You know, it's not very contextual, substantive. But I think that issue that you have raised, it is very important that we need to understand the interpretation of even African law, because even customary law, how it was used. And I think that brings me to my last issue that I wanted to have said earlier, that the issue of customary law is also undermining our cultural norms and values. What we say, our customs, moetlo, what we used to do before. So that's where even this notion, the same like national government, provincial government, local government, there is what I say it's a toxic relationship between the kings and queens with the governments of the West. And they have a way of bribing the kings. Whenever it's election time, they are buying them cars, you know, and I ask myself, why are they buying cars for the kings? You know, and they say it's to just mobilize, you know, for people to come to vote. And I think it is very wrong, because transport, it is it is a need for every community. Every community or a citizen in the village, they need transport. True. So you don't just give a king a car and you say it will deal with his challenges. So for me, that's where I look at the local, provincial government, that there is a toxic relationship, and we need to have an alternative way of defining the governance structure of our kings and queens. Hence, I question the word democracy. Do our traditional leaders want to follow democracy, or they want to follow democracy, which is the rule of government by money, the rule of power by money? But Ubuntucracy and Intucracy, for me, still remains the governance that our leaders must think of.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers. So colleagues, we are quickly going to move into our last session, and to my fellow speakers and colleagues in academia and in the law faculty as well. No, thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you. Colleagues, onto the podium, I'm going to ask for the, now I'm asking for people that, I do not have the power these powers that were given in this do not allow me to do that. But let me humbly, through the TM school, ask for the presence of Her Royal Highness Princess Nikuwebam on the stage. I have 5 chairs here, so there should be enough to cover all the speakers that I'm going to. Princess Nikuwebam, please, onto the podium. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm going to, yes ma'am. Oh, the name. Sorry. Yeah, please tell them. And then I'm going to ask for Khosi Nchopa Makapan III to come onto the stage as well. And then go on to ask Khosi Mohakuludi Masibi to come onto the stage as well. I will also ask His Majesty Dr. King Bryce Mtumkulu to come onto the stage as well. With all protocols observed. That went a visit. And colleagues, in the African culture, when the kings have spoken, there's no time for discussions or everything. Yeah, it's true. That's how it's done. You can't be asking, that's the fastest way of losing the land. You are busy asking questions. So, colleagues, Undabezita, His Majesty Dr. King Bryce Mtumkulu III has asked that he goes first, and then we. And then I see there's also, because I'm supposed to have 5 people, and I'm going to ask a representative from AGDA, Chipo, where are you? And then come on to the podium as well, because there's 5 spots that I reserved here. So Undabezita will address us, and then we'll go first with all the royal protocols observed. Undabezita. Bayete! Well, love! Muckleneuk. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone in this wonderful hall. I want to greet all the kings. I want to greet the queens. I want to greet the prince and the princesses. And furthermore, I want to thank the panels. There were 2 panels here, the first one and the second one. I hope they are still here. I want to greet all of you. So thank you very much for such information that you have given to us. And also, Program Director, thank you very much. it shows that you are a lawyer as well. Wonderful people, I'm very excited of what I heard. Being a king, Timkulu of the Shubi Nation, the King Timkulu III, if I may give you a little bit of information, I have empowered many people in South Africa. I've taken students to study in America. More than 1,000 students has gone to America to study MBA for free. Because if you're a leader, you must lead with actions. You cannot say you are a leader but you do nothing to your community. I have done a lot of boreholes for my community. I've taken people to study even in Belarus. If you want, you can Google King Timkulu. You can say King Timkulu in Belarus. I'm there in the Google. I am so proud that I've done something for the people in South Africa. Not only in South Africa, even in Africa. I've done a lot of work for the people. My point here is that at last, I think you are coming out from the Egypt. We are coming out from the Egypt because we are colonized. Our mind is colonized. I must say this because of this government. We as kings, we don't have a say. We are controlled by the councillors. Councillors, they come 5 years, they're gone. Even 2 years, they don't finish, they're gone. But we as kings, we stay forever. Our people, when they come to my palace, they say Bayete. They don't say, I don't say to them, you are NC, you are a FP, you are a DA. I welcome everyone. But government do not recognize us. They don't give us power. Now it's time for us to walk out from the Egypt through this panel, through this Peggy school. I want to say this because I'm very serious. I want actions to all kings of South Africa. We must come together. We must unite ourselves. I do have an organization that is non-political affiliation, which is United Royal House, United Royal House, which is there for all the kings to come together. Now my question is that to the panel that was here, what is the point of departure from here? Because I think this panel, they need to write a letter to government that we need power back. We need power back to the rightful owners, which is us as kings. Let me tell you, when God created us, by the way, I'm a Christian. When God created us, he said, we must dominate and subdue the earth. Where is our minerals today? Minerals belongs to God. Does not belong to government, neither to England. We want back our minerals. Because these minerals, yes, you can clap hands because it belongs to you as well. I am very serious about this. If you know what is happening on this earth, earth was created by God. We have minerals. We can even plow food, such as millet and so on and so on. That will come out and maintain us. Our minerals, it's a lot of minerals. Even they try to move them out. Zama go back and get minerals. Because they're hungry. There is a poverty, you cannot blame them. Because minerals belong to us. Now, please, the panel, do me a favor. Even if you want money, I'll pay you. I want you to take this matter to court. We want power back. We want our land back. But what I need, all kings must come together. We must unite and have power. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. Let us ask God to bless us with that. I'm so excited about what I heard. You remember Professor Ndlovu said, there was a law that was in favor to us. That was 1993. Then in 1996, things changed. Even Tapo's commission, power was taken from them. I mean, they were given power, but all of a sudden, subsequently, that changed. Think about this. How long we are going to be the slave? We have to be involved in the economy of South Africa. This is our right time. Please, program director, I need you to make sure you get phone numbers for the panel. The first panel, second panel, they must tell us when do we go to court and change that rules, change this constitution. We have constitution in South Africa for the people by the people. What we understand, for you to get power, you must put a vote. People must vote for you, then you become a leader. You know, but we as kings, we don't go in there. But at some point, I was forced to create what we call United Renaissance. That's a political party. But I don't want to lead that because I'm a king. Yes. But I was forced by the constitution. If you want power, you must put X. Then you win. But, I mean, few months ago, everybody could not become outright winner. Then they became what we call GNU. Tell me, what's that? What's a GNU? What's that nonsense? I mean, you put together all these political parties, different ideologies. How are they going to save our people? Let us go back to our resources as kings and get power back. I'm asking you lawyers. I don't know whether they're still here. But if they're still here, they are hearing me. Please, before I go for my flight, I want you to help kings. I would give you my number, but I will give it to my program director. Thank you very much. At least I can see some people, they spoke. I help students to study in America. We will talk about that. We'll talk about Peraluz for agriculture. There's a lot that we are doing that can help you. Let us move forward. But my request, let's unite ourselves. Ngiyacela amakhinga ahlangane ngesizulu. Sisebenze ndawonye. United we stand, divided we fall. So, ladies and gentlemen and the royal people, we cannot waste our time. We heard what is happening here. Let's move forward. I love you all. I'll work with you. God bless you and God bless South Africa. Thank you very much.
I will go on. And then colleagues, I must just alert those who don't know. When the king has spoken, okay, so I will go on to call Her Royal Highness Princess Nikki Webam to address us. Please welcome her, colleagues.
Mandicamakushe. Ndingumangxabane, ndingorhibela, ndingubaba nomhlehlo, ndilithole lomthwakazi, ndingumeyiwa, ndingumdachi. Mandithi ingqanga nentsibazayo. I'm standing on the already observed protocols. Ndifundiswe ngusisithembu ukutsho kanjalo. Benikade ndisithi all protocols observed. I'm from the Eastern Cape, Engcobo, from the Mpondomise Kingdom, but I'm standing here as the founder of African Indigenous Leaders. And I also wish to acknowledge the members, including Inkosi Makotongo, who is our Africa president, and Umntwana Nkosi from Esandleni. And also want to thank this opportunity, more especially Usis Tembi, our lawyer, who continuously involved and include the voice of indigenous leaders in all platforms, because that is what we're advocating for. There is nothing that should be happening, even in a boardroom, in a business meeting, in a strategic meeting, that exclude the indigenous leaders, because they speak for the people that are governed by any person in the country or in the continent. African Indigenous Leaders as an organization promotes unity of kingdoms across the continent. For us, why that is important is that when you are traveling and meeting other kingdoms, even here in South Africa, you get open-minded as a leader. You get to learn different things, different strategies, and you get to create friends through each other, because you cannot lead the people and always entertain internal politics in the government structures without actually learning how other cultures are doing it. And South Africa, I feel very sad because we are so behind in many things. Because we are talking here of the constitution, we are talking of the democracy. We are the youngest country in terms of getting democracy, but we are not learning from other countries how they are doing things. We still have issues here of gender equality, but we go to Ghana, you will see women, queens, queen mothers. They give all titles to women. Queen mother, queen, they are getting, actually they play the role that is played by our traditional leaders here in South Africa. A queen, women, because they understand the powers of women in every aspect of life. But sometimes we get surprised when we hear women speaking here, Omakhatebe, kungathi asiwazi amandla wamakhosikazi, kungathi asazi ukuthi umzi awumi kungekho umama ekhaya. And these women are the ones that give birth to the kings as well. So I think it's important that we share knowledge. We also make sure that we learn from different countries how they do things, so that we can also speak in a global space. And one of the things that also make me sad here in South Africa when it comes to traditional leaders is that there is no training in terms of protocol. In many cases, we get so embarrassed when we go to other countries where we do things as amakhosi that are not supposed to be done. You know, other countries, they respect ubukhosi. They will carry even your pesma. They will open doors for you and all. I know that sometimes we do those, but sometimes we don't think that that is actually how we should be treating our indigenous leaders, our kings and our queens. We think sometimes that people are being enslaved or something. I don't understand, but we need to also have a workshop, Unisa, where we can have only indigenous leaders to be also trained on issues of protocol. Sometimes we stand up in meetings, standing for a councillor, standing for a minister, and standing for an MEC. You find amakhosi ephakame sukuma, but abantu they abaphakami for amakhosi uma ingena in these halls. So what is it that we need to do to fast track this restoration, because our duty is to restore the dignity of indigenous leaders continentally. Our duty is to restore and also educate the young people about all the things that we're talking about today. One of the things that we also need to notice is that ubukhosi busezandleni zabantu abatsha. But what are we doing to support the young people that are now leading in these traditional councils? Sometimes they lead, yes, it's good to have old people there to advise, but sometimes the minds that they have and the exposure that they have is now a little bit better than the systems that were used before. So we are there to support such. But some of the challenges that they are facing is that one person will run away or will be hidden, go away and study, and come back into a community without actually understanding how things are done in the community. So some of the things that our young leaders are lacking is that. That is why we as young people, we want to come and support also for those people to understand the traditions and the indigenous knowledge that Makhateba was sharing. So we are also busy with universities. When I was studying at Wits, there were cultural societies at Wits. So we have always started this work of saying that we need our traditional leaders to be involved in these institutions. We have the Swati cultures, Zulu cultures, all. I mean, when I say all, they are there at Wits University. But this is supposed to expand to many universities because our children, we know that they study in model schools, private schools, they don't stay in rural areas. Now when they go to universities, they need also to find a home away from home, but to also need to have those platforms to teach them now of their cultures and traditions. I have actually called upon the indigenous leaders, which is our traditional leaders, to come to universities. Why is it that important? It's because when we started Fields Must Fall, you know, we feel like our parents don't care, they are not aware, but when we start to see the visibility of traditional leaders in universities, so that our parents understand how hard it is to be in universities. We're not going to take the whole community. That is why we have our indigenous leaders. These leaders must go there and represent their people with those students. So there are those cultural events that are happening there. The Tswanas received the letter. I've even sent it to Botswana to say, please come on board and educate the learners. So this is the opportunity even for policy, sharing, all the other things that are being discussed here. If you want to empower young people, those are the platforms that you can use. University of Free State is very active now, and they are even having seminars where they are going to be calling for papers on spirituality and so on. There's a lot of things that we need to restore as Abantu Abamnyama. And also, the empowerment of traditional leaders in terms of the traditional courts is very important. We know that we have other leaders that can even speak in front of the people. So it is even very hard because they easily get intimidated by factions, by different groups that come presenting those cases, the fights and everything. So we need to empower them. And they must also have observers, neutral people, the law people, always guiding and sitting there and observing those courts, so that at the end, before Bangahlisi Squebo, they also have someone to consult with to say, is it okay to say 1, 2, 3? Did you hear what the people were saying? So where do I go about? And then you also have people who can research in these issues. And lastly, I want to say that we need to involve indigenous knowledge systems. You know, sorry. I used to go around with the Khoi and the San people when they were sort of tracing their roots. Well, I'm not really sure of how I'm going to put this, but there is a monument where the leader of the movement was actually giving a present to I think it was Crackle of Humankind. So they said that, you know, in the court, people used to hold testicles. That's why when you go to the court, you are saying you are testifying. So, because in the court you used to hold your testicles and you make sure that you speak the truth. I think there's something that used to sort of clip you if you are talking lies in the court. So I don't know, but I mean, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe someone might have better knowledge. But those are things that we can sort of transform our courts instead of just putting our hands always in the Bible and using the terms like my Lord and all those things, because sometimes they are really, really suppressing us. You know, when you go to the court, like so one of the speakers was saying, judges that preside over our cases are even white people sometimes. So how can they solve disputes and resolution and these things that are concerning our kingdoms? I do want to say that as an organization, you also have a challenge. And it's a big one because there are disputes in almost all kingdoms in South Africa. And it is making our lives difficult because sometimes you will be seen as if maybe you are taking sides, you are calling this one a king, you are not calling this one a king, and so on. So it is our prayer that at some point we find solutions and strategies on how we can bring our traditional leaders and really, really empower them in terms of uniting and also solving these issues of disputes. I really thank you, and I thank the Thabo Mbeki Institute for giving us this opportunity as the African indigenous leaders. We are hoping to work with everyone and also create a solid partnership with the institutions, because we also want to encourage the royals to study, to get involved in research, the princes and the princesses, to actually empower themselves as well with education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Princess. And then now I'm going to call upon Chipo Marunda. Chipo is the project coordinator for African Kingdoms Diaspora Alliance. Chipo, please come and address us. Please welcome in, colleagues.
Thank you, Program Director. I have every intention to keep my address as short as possible. So it will be 2 minutes tops, Program Director, if anyone can even time me on that. My name is Chipo Marunda. I'm in an organization called African Kingdoms Diaspora Alliance. Right now I'm standing in for our founder, Her Royal Highness Princess Priti Mncube. Our organization, primarily, we were founded in 2017, and our role is to place traditional leaders. We work with traditional leaders and ensure that they are at the forefront of issues that concern the governance in their kingdoms, as well as issues around social cohesion and peace building. Part of the idea why we exist as an organization was an inspiration that we got in Morocco in the year 2017. We realized that the current king of Morocco at that time was able to exert his influence over political processes, where he was able to make pronouncement about the speedy recovery and the speedy formation of a government, which ensured that processes that pertain to the nation were able to be done correctly and timeous to the benefit of people. So our idea was to transplant that idea so that it comes to the continent, to our region, so that at least traditional leaders have can have their belief restored that their powers and their influence can extend beyond the monthly stipends that they get from provincial and national governments. So our role as an organization, and through our programming that we've been doing all across the province, all across the country, the region, and the continent as well, is to ensure that they still maintain the power and they still maintain that capacity of knowing that they, as traditional leaders, know exactly their place in the areas that they have authority. And apart from this, we also realize that through our programming, the issues that have been highlighted by the panelists that are here in terms of like the clash between the legislated laws that we have existing and the traditional law system, the that there is a very marked contradiction between those two. So obviously our clarion call will be for us to continue to work together, especially with the institution of the University of South Africa, so that we can come with programs that ensure that we address these things with the sensitivity that it deserves. We also realize, I think quite most importantly, through our experience with working with traditional leaders in multiple communities, that a lot of the contemporary issues that we are facing as a society, as a continent, as African people, are easily addressed by the existing knowledge systems that we have as Africans, of which our traditional leaders are custodians of. Issues like gender-based violence, crime, child marriages, child pregnancies, and even as far as climate change. These are problems that have solutions that lie within the existing traditional knowledge systems that our traditional leaders are presiding over right now. So it's something that we need to realize and something that we need to take action and collaborate to address. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, my brother. Thank you so much. So for now, I'm going to ask Khosi Mokhakuludi Masibi to come and address us. And do not worry, colleagues, this is the last panel. From here, you are free to do anything.
Thank you very much, McDonald.
I'm sorry, Khosi. I was about to amplify. But yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me greet the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs, University of South Africa in general, esteemed royal leaders present here, headmen and headwomen, members of the traditional councils, fellow delegates and students. Lest I forget my friends from the College of Law, they know themselves. It is an honor and a privileged presentation on matters that are very close to my heart. That is, the state of affairs in the institution of traditional leadership, in particular matters relating to traditional courts. The Traditional Courts Bill has been before the Justice Portfolio Committee of the National Assembly since 2008. It has taken 15 years for the President to assent the Act on the 27th of September 2023. That clearly indicates that the ruling party did not have the political will to legislate and regulate traditional courts, therefore denying more than 20 million South Africans residing in rural areas access to justice, which is a violation of Section 34 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The definition of restorative justice reads thus: an approach to justice that aims to involve the parties to a dispute and others affected by the harm, including victims, offenders, families concerned, and community members, in collectively identifying harms, needs, and obligations through accepting responsibilities, making restitution, and taking measures to prevent a recurrence of the incident and promoting reconciliation. This may be applied at any appropriate stage after the incident. By nature and design, traditional courts are restorative, whereby the definition above reflects the true nature of traditional courts, which I can borrow from my learned friend who says, these issues have been with us since time immemorial. So the white people now have owned them and have made them theirs, whereby in actual fact they were ours. Traditional institutions have been able to regulate themselves for decades, if not centuries, without legislative framework. The Black Administration Act of 1927 regulates the judicial functions of traditional leaders. The Black Administration Act of 1927 was repealed in 2005. However, in respect of Section 12 and 20, the operation of the repeal was postponed for years and years. Therefore, traditional leaders in South Africa were compelled to dispense justice under the old draconian law, which our ancestors were subjected to in a constitutional democracy. Section 211 of the Constitution protects and recognizes customary law as part of the South African legal system. Section 211 subsection 3 reads, the courts must apply customary law when the law is applicable, subject to the Constitution and any legislation that specifically deals with customary law. I think that's where you made those statements which were very hard-hitting, and I concur with them. Under Act number 9 of 2022, the Traditional Court Act of 2022 says, the Act does not define customary law, does not define custom, does not define tradition. It merely uses these words without attempting to define what they are. Representation by any party other than a legal representative is allowed. It is unambiguous how the court will deal with issues of representation when a party before it instructs a local lawyer who is a member of the community to represent them. What if the representative, being a husband, wife, family member, or neighbor, also turn out to be a lawyer? The Act does not clarify how the court deal with such cases. Under the current Act, orders issued by headmen and traditional leaders, senior traditional leaders, are at the same footing as those of kings and queens. This arrangement has the potential of weakening the institution of kingship and queenship. Appeals lie to the magistrate court. Instead of going through an internal mechanism within a hierarchical traditional court structure, this setup corrodes the seniority that has for centuries formed the core of the traditional justice system. The Act says appeals will be at magistrate courts. It does not state if those magistrates will be trained in customary law. It does not indicate that during these appeal proceedings, magistrates will be sitting with assessors, who will be persons knowledgeable in customary law and custom in general. Challenges ahead for customary courts are many. Customary law has been part of the traditional communities for centuries. It has survived encroachments from colonial to apartheid eras. The shortcomings of this act has reversed the gains which we had under the Putatswana Traditional Authorities Act, which was enforced until it was repealed. This act is watered down and it illegitimizes customary courts. Finally, the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal in the matter between Bakaka Bamotapo Traditional Council versus Tepo Matula Motapo and others, delivered on the 30th of September 2019, ordered that traditional councils had no locus standi because they have not been recognized and gazetted by the Premier, as the elections have not yet been held. Traditional courts derive their mandate from members of the Traditional Council, as much as the enabling legislation of the Traditional Quiescent Act has been suspended by the Constitutional Court. So who's fooling who here? I thank you.
Yay!
Ralaboha, Khosimasi. So with the next speaker, and just a disclaimer, Khosimasibi, what you've just said, along with all the panel members here, you are helping me to further a postgraduate qualification. So these are great ideas indeed. So, Espub, I think now it's Rakgadi that is going to, then you will close for Kgosi Makapan. Yeah, it's Rakgadi that's going to do the opening and then you will close. Thank you so much. So I'm going to, all the protocols in terms of the royals here are observed here. So if I don't see them happening, it means maybe they are not here. So I respect them. So I was told that Rakgadi, ya Kgosi ya Lekgotla La Batho will open for Kgosi Ntšhao. But Rakgadi, please take over and then there, Kgosi Makapan.
Bana ba mama fura theku a re nga fisa tharolohe motho a bonthosa thosano sna morwesi o leng hore sa na tlohelwa a sala re sa ke lephopotho la matebedi motho a bo se phete se lebelo se firiri se jamela to ba khatla arba khatha se re lente ba la inamisa difatlhego la re nna ke kgosi Ntšhao wa boraro bohoshi a ka boreka ebile ha ka bontshetsa tšotšo ntšhole nna ka re ntho sa ka re nthothole ha ka re nkgope o sa le o ntse o ntse motho a bomodiehi le bomakanye ema mokhatha monga mmu o bue le bana ba hao a hiba o ba bontsha hore wena o ba bolella hore wena o monga mmu batho ba itatola ba re bona ba dire re batlisitse o batlisitse hae ema khabu wa I jewureka anamele I jewureku kawo mokata kawo mokata rie mayana kabutona mayani manyanya wa matwalla kabatiza batho ajebureku ainamele arierie jebureku re ba fitlisitse batho wa
Greetings to everyone. Ke dumedise mahosi ka pula ke re mahosi a itso pula le ne. Ana ba khatla ka mokhatla no. A kitse le sekgowa. So go bolela sekhatla and then ke tla translator later jo tse ke di boletse. Ne ke re ba khatla re ke thoma ka o leboha Lekgotla La Batho. Traditional dispute resolution McDonald's, it's been 8 long years. Hona no ha bonala the work we are doing all the time because more fitling when we started we didn't think we'll get this far. Ke le wele Unisa ba khatla Dr. James Aksam Mona, we thank you so much. Ke re mo McDonald's ke tlhalose dio tse di makhatla McDonald's ke nya go mo fa setsa ke nya go mo fa stand in my village. Na ke na sona le batho ba kitleng le bona bana di 10 le group ya culture bana di 10 mara McDonald's ro mofa and then se ka o bolela maka le setso mokhatla nna go re tswang ho sa nyala a ro fe stand ka es na ro fa o etsa jo tse re makatsa bano ba banga shinkere nyale sentse re le motsele tla re sna re nyala ra dikere wena mokhatlo senyaka o ye fela ka o iketele mo le mo hong o ska patele bile mokhatlo wena o skreya ke mo Africa McDonald's o file khomo ke le nna ke tla o fa o file McDonald's khomo ke le nna ke tla o fa khomo a kitse sa le teng o itse ba khatla we are here before especially rena ba khatla ke se ka bolela ka merafe ya batho ba here long before the colonizers ditla, before the government, before Putatswana government, before ANC, hona nona le GNU, since ke sa itlhaloganyo. Hence na go so ne ke nya go re montsho re we are being mistreated by babies. Ore o bele he ngwana. Judge le leng anya go fa molao anya go control. That's what the government is doing. Aba re tlhompe. Malena ke ba tlhompe. So agere he motho o tlhompha o khono mo tlhompa mara sa o tlhompe a o tlaka le ro mo tlhompe nna go ke tlhango teng le puso ya ngitse a ke ba rapene. And then our forefathers ba khatla ba swetse na hatse tsa rena le nna ka itse re ke tlo shwela na ha ba khatla. And then I go shwa ke tshuhile. I will die with a brave heart because that's what it's left for us. Re setse ka lefatshe fela ba khatla ha ona anything else e rena le yona. So ne ke re hape re le ma Africa re survivile everything makatla, slavery, malwetsi, makhoa, ona no re survive our own brothers, our own black brothers are mistreating us, and we still going to survive it. Again, yeah, tshosa bakatla, because now every politician, doctor, nurse, priest, are from a certain tribe, but the tribes are still not taken care of. So Skabula like Ramaphosa, Marona Lidi lawyer. Hora Ramaphosa, I don't because as a president. Hora deputy president, I don't because hora mayor, MEC, whoever. I don't because so we can't expect a whole group. Yaba Twisar Trump. Even the Naroba Trump. Nagaba Trump, Catherine, and I'm bleed Gayonin. I will go. Ako ba rapela kile ako batsa bo ba botsa ka ba botsa always. And again re na le issue ngwe na le mixa politics le tradition makatla. Ke inaugurated 2 years ago officially, so mara ke na le 10 years in office. Bakatla na ba na le problem ore government is not coming to the party. Ka botsa re mereko a se wa puso kwa setso. So government pila ba tswa notla. Tshwantse ba tlwaele rena re tse ditso tsa rena re khotsofatse badimo ba rena. Ko etsetsa example nngwe hape since lently me rena 1996 a shinka re kre lefatshe 2 more years ke 30 years re metse lefatshe la bakhatla, and ke sure a se nna fela ba mahoshi a shinka kre mafatshe a bona. So re tlo nna ra emetse until when? So na mangaka ka tse ya bakhatla ka force ha ona la batho ka bantsha ke tsentsa ba khatla ka moteng ba ntshibiso ntshwara lo mpolaya mara ke tshwe thata. Hona le dio tse di etsang go ba khatleng, and then ke ratile mega diabetes dio tse nna di bolela. Hona le khanyere etsang go ba khatleng rena lo ra ditsosa ba khatla ne di robetse ra ditsosa ra le tsholong ro nyaka hudu bakatla re nyaka pula e process e nngwe e re etsang ya o kra pula ro fitla go re rapellang ne re rapella pula go tla bana ba banyane ba sa itseng se ba o sejemae bana ke bona ba tlang le metsi a ra tlhokang a ba tsa monokeng gore a tla ka mo mosate pula le ena e ska fufisa di rufu tsa rena ya o isa ditlhana. So ke di jo tsa setso tse rena re le makhatla sintse re le mo tsona re di etsa re di busa bakhatla gore re wele go bokoko le bontate moholo nne ba le ka gore go re yang ba ratore hona le light holy in a tunnel this light mara is no cra light hona le darkness up. So ba re fora so nane ke re bakhatla a re weleng go setso a re weleng go setso sa Batswana tsa whether Zulu Ndebele etle bana ba rena ba ithute setso. Nna ke holetse go lekisheneng le go ka re ba re ke di sabab ke tse re sabab ke, but now ke ntse many years in a location in a suburb, but ko motseng ke ntse very few years, maybe 10 years, mara what I learned ko motseng it's way better than what I learned ko lekisheneng le go sabapong. Ne ke sa itse Setswana ke le khoshi he ba re manganga a tlhaga ka tamela motho ka o mogolo a ntlhalosetse gore ke eng mme o mongwe a tla ko ofising a re monna yo motiba dikobo kare ke ba fe tšhelete ba yo reka dikobo kare so ke nyako le bontsha ka tlore it's very important we should learn our culture, our language, because in difficult situations so you'll be in a situation so in few years ke ithutile Setswana ke itse naga tsa bakhatla ke itse di land claims tsa bona ke itse di plus tsa bona ke itse le no ka bona ba ibitsang ke itse go re tlhang ona le go nne re nna go teng hona le matle go Limpopo nna ke mo northwest mara na ha rene e fitla go Limpopo bakhatla he ne re bolela ka diutse he court nga go court ka re hona le moloi go motseng court e ga se khone nthusa bana moloi yo lwa morafaga ba bantsi ba sa tsapi bana nkhale ne rena le moshima ba loi ne re ho le moloi be ne ro watametsa mona enzo watamela boloi ba tswa moya bana ha re sa khone o thibela ba loi go motseng tshwantse re ba ise khoto he ke fitla ko khote a ke tlalwanya re banta ba re mara ka lega ntse ke ya ntshinyana ke mara ke re thuso mara ke ne re be re sa di traditional courts le re stlele re ba isa ko moshimeng ola maybe ne ba ka yona ko motseng o motho kwa rena ke na le khosinawa ke neighbor ya maybe ne re ka mokhopela re baloi ba tlonna ko ena na ba re tswe hona le khoshi mathibe ne re ka khopela khoshi mathibe hona le khoshi mauane ba khatla ba moja ne re ba ka ba khopela re ba re fokoletse morwana ba nong khoto a e re thusi a ono re ka ba isa go madimatle ba no re nna le bona ntho e botlhoko re bano di hafi di a oketseya mo motseng nna le nna ke huditse ke koko kutlwe batho ba bolela ka bokoko le bontate mono bana koko ka nna rato mbotse gore nkampane ka ba se hafi le gore ke be setlaela so a ke tshose ke di hafi ke tshosa ke di tlaela ka gore setlaela a se fole bakala ha ona pidi sa setlaela ha ona sepetlela sa ditlaela ha ona sekolo sa ditlaela gore so ne ke re le ba hafa ba ka fola mara botlaela ba hore a rena lefatshe bona ke khanyengwe ba khatla tshwantse eo re change hore lefatshe le wele go ba mmalona batho ba ba re kreile nna le lefatshe nna ke itse lefatshe la ba khatla ba mosetla le tloa go Valdemi le fitla go Pipirast go Limpopo hona nong ke setse ka 5% ya lefatshe leo and then ba puso sentse ba lutswa hora tšatši le lentle be re busa batho re sena lefatshe a re se ka fitlang koo ne ke re ke le lebohe bakhatla
Lunchtime. Yeah. Thank you so much to the dancers. I'm sorry. No. No. When you have your lunch, this is the musical item. So please just bear with me. So for now, I'm going to ask my colleague Boikuto to come and do the vote of thanks, and then from there, I'm going to ask the Khoshikamoka, all the kings, to come onto the podium, joining the other speakers here. Only the kings just to come here, and then we have just an item. Boikuto, please take it off.
Thank you very much, McDonald. Bagaetsho dumelang. Madume gape le bile ke sa Afrika. Nna ke Boikhutso ka leina ke setlogolwana sa batlhaping go bophirima jo bo kgakala. I'm standing before you to render a vote of thanks and give announcements. And therefore, I would like to first of all start by thanking Professor Sifiso Ndlovu, our acting director in this, Director of Research and Knowledge Hub in the Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs. Thank you, Prof, for opening the program and giving our guests a warm welcome. Also, thank you for outlining an informative background on how traditional leadership was formed. The closing remarks, as a historian, your knowledge and expertise are appreciated. I would like to thank also Dr. Genevieve James in absentia from the Division of Community Engagement and Outreach here at Unisa. We appreciate your today's contribution in clarifying and deepening the importance of traditional courts. Your passion and interest for knowledge is valued. Thank you also for a sparkling poem you have rendered. Moafrika David Lizwalo, the Director of Academic Support, Student Affairs, Internationalization, and Community Engagement in the Thabo School, really for your contribution, as well as conscientizing us on issues of supreme Eurocentric courts. Such information is important to reach as many citizens as possible. Ms. Tembisi Lemahua, thank you very much for your contribution and insight on the theme indigenous communities through policy and engagement. Your representation for the youth in today's program is inspiring. Advocate Sipho Mantula, thank you for presenting on the roles of kings and queens in electoral dispute resolution. Knowledge is power. Re lebogela tshedimosetso. To Ms. Moyahabo Toka, indeed, setšhaba se ya kgolong, ebile se na le bokamoso. Youth representation and participation in this kind of settings is of utmost significance. Thank you for your presentation. To Mahadebe Tandi, Rolibuwa, for touching on important issues of curriculum and children's educational well-being. Ms. Iglet Tobejani, I thank you for enlightening us on aspects of Traditional Court Act. Ndabezita, ukuphi uhambile Ndabezita. Siyabonga baba for sharing with us the good work that you do for your communities, for your community, and highlighting on how we can utilize the land for our benefit. To Princess Nikiwe Bam, for addressing us on the restoration of African indigenous leaders, as well as indicating how important education is for the young people of South Africa. Khosi Masibi, re leboga kitso o nang le yone ka the Traditional Court Act. Re lebogela tshedimosetso. To Khosi Nchaupe Makapane wa boraro, re lebogela puo ya gago le thotloetso ya gore re boele ka lebaka la gore maropeng go a boelwa ebile ditaola di se ikele le beng ba tsona. Chipu Mabunda, thank you for sharing with us your organization's involvement and experiences with the traditional courts. Your issues of focus are of great significance. To our program director, McDonald Rammala, thank you very much, Warra. You did say that here we call each other Warra. Thank you so much, Warra, for your selflessness and for directing today's program, Kabutsurir. Khubabo ki badikhosi, our traditional dancers, re lebogetse tiragatso e matlhagatlhaga e itumedisang. To all colleagues and students present here, to all Unisa colleagues and students present here, representatives from different organizations and departments, community members of Selfokop, Chikanoshi, Atteridgeville, Mamelodi, Tembisa, Alexander, Baitudi Mampani Foundation, and Eastern Cape. Re lebogela ke mo nokeng ya lona le ka moso go nne fela jalo. To those watching us live, magosi le makhosigadi a rona, makhosi na makhosazana, siyabonga. Re a leboga re le Thabo Mbeki African School of Public and International Affairs for your attendance and support. Colleagues, I think I did try to include everyone, but if there is anyone left out, diatla meeting, siatla godimo ga se sengwe. Program ya rona ke tla neela re ramala tswelele pele. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, colleagues. So, colleagues, for now, I'm going to humbly request all the speakers that have spoken today to come onto the podium and then join. Yeah, maybe, Jose, I'm going to ask you to just stand on the other side, along with Prof. Gachen, and then who will be with you. All the speakers, talk. Please come through. Mahadeb. Yeah, the speakers for today. Yeah. Please. Yeah, no, you can just stand here, and then, yeah. And then along with Maafrika David Letswalo to stand with the, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Of course, I know it's all is well. All is well. So, colleagues, please, before we do the honors, may you please give our speakers a warm round of applause, all of them. So we just have a small token of appreciation. And usually, they don't usually, but let me not go into the politics. Yeah, let me not go to the politics. They are all speakers. So I'm looking at one Ram Africa there to say, no, must I exclude him out of this? But no, it's an injustice which I will not further. So, yes. So we just have a small token of appreciation to the speakers. I don't know what's in this box, but there's probably something here. And then I must also declare that, the cow that Josima Kapan and David promised, they have not yet delivered. So I wait, yeah. So, yeah. And then, yeah, then we will just distribute them all in that way. Kings and other royals to join the speakers, and then we take a huge group photo for the Unisa media. Please, kings and other royals, join the broader speakers, and then we take a huge group photo. They did. We already have one outside. Yeah, we have one, Prof. Oh, the media, they'll take it. No, Toka, there's a. And then from here, colleagues, when we are done, then we can go outside and have our lunch, and I thank you so much. Hey, are you well? Yeah. I'm tired, but...
Thank you.